Well, I can just duck out. We can just take turns. Welcome to Sunrise, live from Buckingham Palace. It's just gone 6 p.m. here on Tuesday evening, where tens of thousands of people have started lining city streets ahead of the Queen's coffin touching down for its final emotional journey to Buckingham Palace. The Queen's coffin left St Giles Cathedral about an hour ago and made its way to Edinburgh Airport, accompanied by Princess Anne.
Right now, the special RAF flight is in the air and carrying the Queen's coffin to an airstrip called RAF Northolt, west of London, about 10 kilometres from north of Heathrow Airport. Once it touches down, it will be driven to the palace behind us, where the King, Queen Consort and other royals will greet it and take part in an emotional service. And over the next few hours, we will bring you every incredible moment live as part of our special extended coverage. It is a really emotional day here in London. You can feel it.
Very different to the other days, isn't it? Lots of crowds, but you can really feel the difference.
And adding to the sombre mood, it is grey, it is raining, there are claps of thunder at different times during the afternoon. An incredible police presence right around the region. We have police commandos on the top of Buckingham Palace there. Literally, I reckon 1,000 security forces here at the moment. So everything is in absolute readiness for the arrival of the late Queen.
Yeah, we just saw dozens and dozens of bobbies march up the Mall. We're ready, and the staff here at Buckingham Palace, of course, they have not seen Her Majesty since she left, just right at the start of the pandemic. So it's going to be a very, very emotional day for lots of people here.
Let's bring our reporters who are across all of the action, and Bianca Stone is outside Westminster. The city is preparing, Bianca, to farewell their Queen.
Certainly is, Koshi. Good morning to you. It's got, like you said, a real feeling of emotion here in London at the moment. Over the next few days, we're going to feel a lot of emotion, a lot of pomp and ceremony as the Queen does make her return back to Buckingham Palace. Speaking to people today, they are ready for this. They've been waiting for this. They want to see their Queen return. They've been out on the street, some of them for 5 days since she died last Thursday local time. They've been camped out there waiting to see her return. We did see a rehearsal of all that pomp and ceremony that we will actually see tomorrow, that procession through the streets of London. Of course, this evening we will see the Queen arrive back from Scotland. She'll be driven into Buckingham Palace, but it's tomorrow when that procession really does get underway. She will leave Buckingham Palace at precisely 2:22 local time. That's 11:22 Australian Eastern Standard Time tomorrow evening. From Buckingham Palace, she will make her way through the streets of London, through the streets of central London. She'll be carried on a gun carriage. She will be followed in the cortege by the King, King Charles, along with Princes William and Harry and other members of the royal family. Now, it's expected that procession will take about 38 minutes through the streets of London tomorrow, where she will then go to Westminster Hall. That is when she will be lying in rest. That begins 4 days of lying in rest for the Queen, and that's when the public gets their chance to see their Queen, and that is going to be incredibly popular. The last time we saw someone lying in rest there, that was the Queen Mother back in 2002. 200,000 people went past her coffin during that time. It's anticipated over that 4 days, when it's open 24 hours, that around 350,000 people will get the chance to see the Queen, but up to 1 million people may want to see her there. People are already lined up waiting to see her. They've put some pretty strict rules in place as well. They say once that line does start to move, that will be tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. The line will constantly move, so people should be prepared for that. In fact, they've told people not to bring gazebos, don't bring barbecues. You won't be camped out there for very long. You will be constantly moving. Make sure that you've got mobile phone chargers, although you won't be able to take any photos when you are in that Great Hall at Westminster Hall. Now, once the lying in state process ends, that is on Monday morning local time, that's when the funeral will take place. And we are starting to learn a few more details about the funeral, about who's invited, who's not invited to the funeral. We know that 500 worldwide dignitaries will be able to go. That includes heads of states, presidents, prime ministers, European royalty as well. US President Joe Biden has been given special permission to bring his armoured car, but for the rest of them, they've been told to fly commercial. They've also been told they will have to park and ride, so they'll get buses actually into Westminster Abbey. Now, we know Anthony Albanese has confirmed his attendance here in London. He's also confirmed the Governor-General will be coming. We're also hearing there are 10 other Australians that have been invited. They've been described as ordinary Australians who've done some extraordinary things. Included in that list is Australian of the Year Dylan Alcott, and also horse racing legend, horse trainer Chris Waller, who was in regular contact with the Queen.
OK, we'll talk to you soon, Bianca, but let's go to Eddie. It is a grey old day in London, but that's not stopping those crowds gathering outside Buckingham Palace, is it?
It's certainly not stopping the crowds, Nat. We are down here literally at the gates to Buckingham Palace. I'll get Cam to spin around and show you where we are at the moment. We've been here for a couple of hours waiting with these crowds, and in that time we've seen members of the royal family come and go. First, Princess Beatrice in and out of the palace, and in the last few moments the new King, King Charles III, returned from his trip to Belfast. He drove in, he was dropped off inside the grounds of Buckingham Palace, and then the Queen Consort Camilla drove out, presumably back to Clarence House, which is their residential base for now, before returning here to greet the Queen's coffin as it arrives at Buckingham Palace. It's a really lovely atmosphere down here, actually. The royal postie's been going back and forth, and everyone's been giving him a wave. You can imagine the number of letters that are arriving here at the Palace of condolence to the royal family over the last couple of days. I want to bring in Z, who's been waiting with us. Z, what have you seen over the last little bit?
I've seen Beatrice coming in her car. His Royal Highness, King Charles.
What was your reaction to that, presumably seeing him for the first time?
Overwhelmed, so excited. I feel so sorry. My deepest condolences to all the royal family. It's amazing though to see them just come by. It was an experience I'll never forget, and I'm glad to be part of it.
It's a beautiful camaraderie here in the crowd, isn't there? A real sense of gratitude towards the Queen and an appreciation for the new King.
Yes, they loved her very much, and they still do, and they love the King as well. I think we all do. I think he's going to make a brilliant King. And the Queen, looking down from heaven above, she'll be so proud of her son, who's now taken over her reign.
Just in the last few moments at Nkoshi, they've opened the gates and cleared this area. We do think at the moment that the Queen's coffin will actually be led through the centre gates of Buckingham Palace, and these crowds have just moved in to see what they can experience over this side. Kelsey and Madeline are from Australia. Kelsey, what made you want to be here today?
I've been obsessed with the royal history for most of my life, and this is so historic. I couldn't imagine missing this.
So you were actually coming to Europe on holidays for 4 weeks. You reorganised your plans to make sure you were here in London for this historic moment.
Yeah, we did. I was originally in Morocco. We started there, and then I was meant to come to London, but as soon as we heard the news, we just thought we would hop over here quicker so that we could be a part of it all.
And Madeline, what have you experienced in the last couple of days? It really is extraordinary to see so many people. It's not always a sombre atmosphere. There's been a time of celebration of the Queen's reign as well.
Oh, absolutely. The celebration of life for the Queen has just been such a beautiful, momentous part to be a part of, I suppose. And it's a part of history, and to be so involved and on the ground and not having to watch it on the TV and be part of the atmosphere, it's really special, really special.
Have you got any indication of what you will see over the coming hours? I think the police are telling you more information than they are telling us at the moment. What are you hearing?
Well, we heard from a policeman just before that in about 2 hours the Queen will be arriving. I guess the veiled Queen. So that's, a really emotional kind of moment to be a part of. But even seeing the royals come through just before was really, really, really emotional. So we're blessed to be here, honestly.
Two Australians there on the front line of history, as we all are today here at Buckingham Palace. What we are expecting over the next couple of hours is more members of the royal family to come through. And I think, Nat and Koshi, what you've probably experienced as well, having been in that Buckingham Palace position for the last couple of days, is the increase in the security operation as well. Up on the top of Buckingham Palace, you can start seeing those snipers move into place. There's lots of sniffer dogs around. Certainly the police presence, as you can see here, both protecting the crowds and controlling the crowds, is certainly amped up in the last couple of hours. Helicopters above as well, and there's a police location down there that they're really basing themselves for Operation London Bridge, something they've been practicing for many years. They've had a few test runs in terms of royal weddings and smaller events. I say smaller, the Olympics and the Commonwealth Games, but now it really is ramping up, and you can tell that now with the King back in residence here at Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, and it's interesting being in the crowds there, isn't it? Because everyone has a story, whether they're young or old. People saying, my mum's birthday was on the Queen's birthday, or I was in the armed forces 30 years ago and I swore allegiance to this woman. It's quite incredible.
It certainly is, and we'll just move around and have a chat to a few more people who have lined up for a long time. Sir, can I ask you, what brought you down here today? Why did you want to experience it?
Well, the Queen had a big influence on me and my family. We actually come from Toronto, and we wanted to come to take part in this beautiful ceremony.
Did you come from Toronto specifically to be here, or were you in London anyway?
We were actually in London anyway. It was quite coincidental. We came down and we were supposed to do the Red Bus tour, and then this was announced, so we figured that we'd want to be present and want to take part in it.
Your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, broke down in tears when he spoke about how much the Queen meant to the Canadian people. So what's been the reaction back home to her death?
Certainly significant, compared, not as significant as here, but quite large. People are definitely impacted. She played a big part in the role in Canada as well. So for us, she meant a lot to us. So that's why we specifically made an effort to come out here to be here today.
You were here when the King passed by before. What was your reaction to that?
I was quite amazed. We didn't expect to see that. We got a really close visual. I was actually coincidentally taking a video and we saw him drive by, and it was like, wow, I can't believe we got to witness him come.
What are you expecting to experience over the next couple of hours? Will you stay here for the Queen's coffin to return to Buckingham Palace?
Certainly we will. We were really excited. That's why we came here. We made quite an effort to get to the front. Now that we're fortunate enough to be here, we're definitely going to stay and wait for her.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Lots of people, Nat and Koshi, coming from around the Commonwealth to experience this, and a lot of people from America as well, not just people who happen to be in London or who've reorganised their trips, as we've heard before, but people who have flown here specifically to be here as part of this event. I'll come through past this gentleman here and have a chat to you. Sir, can you tell us what brought you down here today, what you've seen?
I just wanted to come down and pay my respects and see the King and Queen for the first time together as King and Queen. Last time I saw them was at the No Time to Die premiere of James Bond at the Royal Albert Hall, so it's a very different occasion now.
Have you had a chance to walk through Green Park and experience some of the floral arrangements that have been laid here in respect to Her Majesty?
No, I haven't yet, actually. I was thinking of doing so, but the crowds were so big here today that just seemed like too difficult to get over there and get back here again.
And that's the thing, they keep getting bigger and bigger each and every day, don't they? We've just been discreetly moved back behind the barrier because, as you can see in our position here, we are very close to the action and the moving cars back and forth. So we're going to make sure that we're out of the way so the rest of the car convoys can come through here to the palace. But no doubt it's going to be a really moving night here. As you said before, this is the first time that many members of the royal family have actually been able to view the Queen's coffin, aside from the four siblings, the four closest members and her children. So we expect to see some of the younger members of the royal family be part of tonight's solemn occasion to welcome the Queen back to Buckingham Palace, which was her home for so many years, Nat and Koshi.
Yeah, Eddie, you're right, and maybe thank you very much, and maybe to do some grieving in private, because they are a very public family, one of the world's most public families, and they have had to live this for the world to see, haven't they, all week and for the week to come. The Queen returning to Buckingham Palace for the final time with Her Majesty's coffin, currently en route from Edinburgh to London. Princess Anne is accompanying the Queen's coffin on that flight, arriving into RAF Northolt shortly, before the royal hearse will make its way through the city and to the centre gate right here at Buckingham Palace. For more, we're joined by royal commentator Victoria Arbiter. Let's talk about the formalities, what is actually going to happen. Talk us through when that hearse arrives.
I think it's going to be quite sobering, Nat, and quite confronting actually for many people here in London who have been watching these incredible scenes as they've played out on television. There's been a mixture of celebration for the Queen's life, but solemnity over her passing as well. So as we see there, we're looking at her coffin being carried onto the plane at Edinburgh Airport. She is being accompanied on that flight to London by Princess Anne and her husband. Once they arrive at RAF Northolt, they will drive into London. That drive shouldn't take too long, and then they will arrive here around the Victoria Memorial and drive into the centre gates of Buckingham Palace. Now, once inside, they're going to be greeted by the King and the Queen Consort. I understand that the Prince and Princess of Wales are also going to be there to greet the Queen. And then she's going to lie at rest in the bow room overnight. And the bow room is called that because of the windows that line one side. And it is absolutely filled with priceless royal memorabilia, including a candelabra from the era of George IV. It's a beautiful room, and it's traditionally where the Queen would host visiting heads of state for lunch upon their arrival.
And there's something special about what's going to happen all night to keep her company.
Yes, and I think this is very touching. At no point has the Queen been alone since she passed. And tonight there is going to be a rota of chaplains who accompany her, keep her safe there in the bow room. The Queen was a profoundly religious woman. Her faith really carried her through, and actually there have been reports from people close to her that said she never feared death because her faith was so strong. So tonight it will be the turn of those chaplains. So a little less formal to the soldiers that we have seen keeping guard at the corners of her coffin, as we saw overnight at St Giles Cathedral. Tonight the chaplains will keep her company, and it'll be a quiet, reverential, peaceful place.
Do you think this will be the night that this family, this very public worldwide family, gets to act a little like a normal one behind those palace walls?
I certainly hope they're able to have a moment of togetherness, because particularly the King, he has not stopped. It has been duty, duty, duty. He knew all of the responsibilities that were going to be on his plate the moment his mother passed. But at the same time, there's one thing knowing it's coming, there's quite another having to live through all of it. He's done a phenomenal job. I think it's been pitch perfect every step of the way. But hopefully tonight there'll be a moment where he can take a little peace, quiet and quiet time just to step back and take in everything that's been happening.
And so that's tonight. Talk us through what happens tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow at 2:22 p.m. I understand that sounds very precise, but royal timing is of militaristic precision. That is when we will see the Queen's procession leave from Buckingham Palace. Her coffin will be carried on a gun carriage drawn by the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. It'll come right here behind us, down the Mall, through Horse Guards Parade, which is famous for the Trooping of the Colour ceremony each year. It'll travel along Whitehall, where the Remembrance Sunday commemorations take place, and then arrive at Westminster Hall on the dot of 3 p.m. It's a journey that'll take 38 minutes. The cortege will be followed by members of the royal family. It's not been confirmed who as yet, but I would imagine we will see the King accompanied by his 3 siblings. They will walk on foot behind the funeral procession. And then once at Westminster Hall, there'll be a very short service. The Queen will be placed inside Westminster Hall, and at 5 p.m. the doors will open to the public.
So at some point we'll see them walk behind the carriage.
Yes, tomorrow. From the moment it leaves Buckingham Palace, there won't be any music. It is going to be very silent, very peaceful. I think it's going to be quite sobering, actually, as well. It's sort of going to be a moment where many people really are struck by the reality of everything that's transpired in the last few days. Extraordinary to think that it was a week ago today that the Queen was welcoming the new Prime Minister. Talk about a baptism by fire for that Prime Minister. But tomorrow it'll be a chance for members of the royal family to follow the Queen's coffin right here from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall.
All the way they'll walk for that 38 minutes.
Yes.
That is going to be something else, isn't it? Very emotional for them.
And the silence, Nat. I think all you will hear will be the clip-clop of the horses' hooves, the rattling of the gun carriage. It's going to be a very solemn procession, but one which will allow members of the public, many of whom are already camping along the Mall. They've been tents along there for the last 2 days already, but it'll give them an opportunity to pay tribute to the Queen. Many of them would like to be able to move past her coffin at Westminster Hall. It's simply not going to be possible. There's only 4 days and only so many people that can pass through. So tomorrow's procession will allow a lot of people their moment to say farewell to the Queen.
Now, something we saw in Edinburgh, the Vigil of the Princes, was it? Are we going to see that here in London?
Yes, as we understand it now, the final details have not been confirmed as yet, but the Vigil of the Princes will include Princess Anne. What I love about Princess Anne, she is a very strong woman who has fought for equal rights for women, and yet she has never differentiated herself from her brothers. Traditionally, it would be men that would be standing the Vigil of the Princes, but I wouldn't want to be the one to tell Princess Anne that she couldn't do it as well. So she will join her brothers. Some of your viewers may have seen the images as we're looking at them there from last night at St Giles Cathedral. These broke my heart, absolutely, because to see them standing vigil, protecting their mother, being with her in that moment, but while members of the public filed past as well, to have to shoulder that burden of grief on the public stage, I can't even imagine.
So we're going to see the same thing at Westminster Hall here in London,
yes,
for half an hour or so. Yes,
and it'll likely be on the final day. That hasn't been, the timing of that has not been confirmed as yet. But yes, that is expected to happen at some point.
So she'll lie in state from, so it's about 6 p.m. on Tuesday night now.
Yes.
Yes, so we will see her lie in state from 5 p.m. Wednesday right through to 6:30 in the morning on the day of the funeral, Monday.
That's right. That's in order to allow as many people as possible to go past. I thought it was rather lovely yesterday at St Giles Cathedral. About 26,000 people ended up being able to pay their respects, but there was one man, quite an elderly man, who was spoken to in the crowd, and he said, "The Queen put in 70 years, I can put in 12 hours." And I thought that was a very touching reflection of how the public feels about the passing of their beloved monarch.
Yep, there is so much love, isn't there? Thank you very much, Victoria.
Thank you.
Well, coming up on Sunrise, live from Buckingham Palace, we have plenty more from this historic day in London as we wait for the Queen's casket to touch down in London ahead of her final journey to Buckingham Palace. Plus our royal commentators with an update on the incredible Australians who were selected to attend the funeral. And King Charles visits Belfast with Camilla by his side, the important reason why the new king headed to Ireland. This is a special edition of Sunrise. We're back with more live from Buckingham Palace right after this.
Just keep
and don't
talking.
think it's going to be that back and forth that you would get here.
Okay, and I'll be talking to Nat and Koshi though. Yes, yeah, okay. Okay.
Russell.
Okay.
It's Nat
Hello.
and Koshi. Hello.
How are you? You okay?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
We're
Not too
good.
bad. Still
We're great.
Still running
Koshi's
on
just
adrenaline.
getting IFB'd up.
Super. You can hear me
Yeah,
fine.
my adrenaline ran out a bit last night.
Oh God. Yeah.
But I think it's back. Excellent.
Hello. That's the biggest. No, wrong number, mate. They make it well.
Somewhere around here.
I was going to wear it today, but I thought I'll get another day out of this, I reckon. That's all right. Queen is returning to Buckingham Palace for the final time, with Her Majesty's coffin currently en route from Edinburgh to London. The King has just arrived at the palace after meeting with political and religious leaders in a historic trip to Northern Ireland.
For more, we're joined by Daily Mirror Royal Editor Russell Myers. Good morning to you. Tell us, when will the King return to Buckingham Palace, and should we expect to see any other members of the royal family today?
Well, good morning, Nat. Well, we're expecting him imminently because the Queen is on her final journey back to London on the RAF C-17 plane, which will be landing at around 7 o'clock at RAF Northolt in West London. There will be a party to welcome Her Majesty on that journey, and the King and the Queen Consort will be there at Buckingham Palace. I imagine just after 7 o'clock. They will be there outside the gates of Buckingham Palace to welcome Her Majesty to the headquarters of her reign. There will also be a welcome party consisting of other senior royals, the Prince and Princess of Wales, in that party. But it will be a very private event inside the bow room at Buckingham Palace, where Her Majesty will lay at rest for a further 24 hours for the family and members of the royal staff to pay their last respects before she moves to Westminster Hall tomorrow.
Russell, there is a bit of confusion, and I must say a lot of the black cars in these processions are hard to sort of spot who's in. Is the King behind us in the palace? Do we know that for sure, or is he sort of on his way?
No, he arrived at RAF Northolt, I understand, just a few moments ago. Obviously, he's been in Belfast today, and there will be a welcoming party at the airport before the cortege moves to Buckingham Palace later. And then you will see just the solitary King and the Queen Consort at Buckingham Palace. There will be no sort of public welcoming party at either the airport or the palace later. That will be left for a private ceremony in the ballroom at Buckingham Palace.
And Russell, we can't underestimate how historic this visit today to Northern Ireland is, can we? Considering the history, the troubles in Northern Ireland, the assassination of Mountbatten, this was a big day, wasn't it?
Well, absolutely huge. I mean, not only the King's first meeting of a head of state when he met the Irish President. I mean, this is a huge mark of respect from his part. I mean, he started the tour of the UK yesterday. And this is, you know, part of his first duties as the monarch. I mean, the long history between the countries, layered with troubles, of course. But I believe that, you know, from his speeches today and yesterday, he wants to forge a relationship of unity. He said that he needs to be that person to carry on his mother's legacy. And I think that's exactly what we are seeing in these last few hours and days from the King.
And the respect that and the tributes coming from Sinn Féin, the political party that is really anti-British, anti-monarchy, were just incredible, weren't they? The tributes to their Queen, even though they might dispute her having any reign over Northern Ireland, were just so gracious and so heartfelt.
Well, there have been. I mean, there has been an absolute incredible outpouring of emotion with real respect. And I think you look at those tributes from Sinn Féin today, they really were really akin to the whole mood music, what's happened over the last few days. There have been very, very few dissenting voices. Of course, there is a Republican movement, either in this country and across the Commonwealth. Whether there will be a discussion within the 14 realms is something that Charles will certainly have to take up in his first few months in office, I imagine. However, I think that he has really addressed these and saying that he wants to move with the times. He wants to be a modern monarch. He wants to show unity. And so, you know, I think that not only does he have quite a tumultuous time to really come into this role, it seems as though he is definitely taking that very seriously and taking it head on.
Yeah, what a difference. I mean, in our lifetime, yes. Sinn Féin, you know, affiliated with the IRA.
Russell, forgive us, these are live shots from RAF Northolt, where the Queen's plane will land with her casket. It's due to land in about 25 minutes on the flight from Edinburgh.
So we'll bring you live pictures, of course, when it does. Quite emotional scenes when the plane took off from Edinburgh, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. It's a very, very emotional day, particularly for the thousands and thousands waiting here outside Buckingham Palace in London.
Russell, Her Majesty's coffin will rest here at Buckingham Palace overnight. It will come in the gates just behind us here. Will this be the last chance for her family to have a private moment with her before the funeral?
Well, it seems so. Certainly there will be a vigil, I'm told, of the King and the rest of the Queen's children, like we saw in Edinburgh at St Giles Cathedral just 24 hours ago. But again, that was in public. I think quite surprisingly, there have been people who have been queuing up for more than 12 hours. And when they were still allowed to walk past Her Majesty's coffin, there the King was with his siblings standing there in solemn silence. There will be another vigil like that at Westminster Hall, but certainly today, when Her Majesty is taken through the gates of Buckingham Palace and taken into the ballroom, which has been a scene of such celebration. There's been lots of meetings there before with heads of state, even huge dinners that she's laid on in previous years. And I think that, of course, that will be a very, very solemn, private moment for the family. but of course the staff as well. Many of the royal staff work for the Queen, indeed the royal family, for many years, some of them many decades, and of course they will be absolutely distraught and devastated as they prepare to say their final goodbyes the next day or so.
Russell, explain to us why they did it like this, why Princess Anne was the only royal who's actually travelling with Her Majesty's coffin from Edinburgh back here to London.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, Anne and the Queen had a fantastic relationship, but I think that literally just in the last few minutes we've had a statement from Princess Anne, and she says in her statement, "I was fortunate enough to share the last 24 hours of my dearest mother's life. It's been an honour and a privilege to accompany her on her final journeys. Witnessing the love and respect shown by so many on these journeys has been both humbling and uplifting." I mean, she talks about sharing unique memories with her mother, and their closeness must not be underestimated. Certainly, she was very close to her father, Prince Philip. Everybody used to say they were pretty much one and the same person, but her relationship with her mother will no doubt, I think we've seen over the last few days, she's looked absolutely crestfallen, and it's a tremendous honour that the King has sort of bestowed upon her to bring her from her beloved Scotland, leaving her favoured Balmoral, the place where the family spent such an amazing few summers and years, great memories of being there, and I think that this final journey, leaving Scotland, there would have been no better person to do it.
Russell, the Queen's casket will be brought from behind Buckingham Palace, from Northolt, RAF Northolt. It won't come down the Mall. It's almost coming in behind Buckingham Palace and turning straight in. Tomorrow, the procession to Westminster Hall is a very different matter, isn't it? What's going to happen there?
Well, it will be. I mean, you're already seeing, I was down there this morning, you're already seeing an awful lot of people line the streets of this procession, and it's almost going to be much larger than the funeral procession itself, because we were going to see a procession, a walking procession with the male members of the royal family. The King will be leading that group, including the Prince of Wales, Duke of York. We're going to see William and Harry standing shoulder to shoulder once more. I mean, they came together for the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral, but I think that this sense of unity that we've seen amongst those two will be really under the magnifying glass tomorrow. The royal women will be following in the cars. I understand that's going to be obviously the Queen Consort and the Princess of Wales will travel together. Meghan will travel with the Countess of Wessex, and tomorrow you will see where this sort of final homecoming to the Queen's home. I mean, her reign was headquartered in London, and the crowds that have gathered even now to wait and see that procession tomorrow are extraordinary.
Yes, so the royal family will follow the casket in cars, or will they follow on foot?
No, the male members of the royal family will follow the casket, and the casket is going to be pulled by soldiers pulling ropes. As I said, the King will lead that procession of the male members of the family on foot. The female members of the family, including Queen Consort, Princess of Wales, Duchess of Sussex, and the Countess of Wessex, will be following in cars behind that procession. And I think it takes about 18 minutes, the whole journey.
Right. Okay. All right, Russell, for now, thank you very much for your time. We will talk later in the morning, but we're just taking live pictures there of the Guard of Honour being formed to receive the Queen's casket at RAF Northolt, the longest serving RAF base in the United Kingdom. Once the busiest airport in the UK before Heathrow was built, and this airport was formed for the first trans-channel flight back at the start of last century, and was also, of course, a very critical base in the Battle of Britain as well. So a lot of history, and it's a private airport that's largely used by VIP aircraft at the moment, about 10 kilometres north of Heathrow.
And obviously security would be uppermost in their minds today.
Can you say, Nat, just being here outside Buckingham Palace, the silence is deafening from the crowds here that are lining the forecourt of Buckingham Palace here. There is not a peep, not a word.
And even walking through Green Park, where they've taken all the floral tributes, and people who want to, bring a gift or a letter or flowers, it's just behind our setup here. It's the same people walking through there, and the mood's changed today.
So much.
We've been telling you that in the last few days it wasn't sort of a sad place to be.
It was almost chatty, wasn't it? Talking about the sense of history that everyone's seeing, and the celebration of a new king.
Yeah.
But it is very different now. It's grey, it's raining, it's sombre, and you could hear a pin drop over there, and there are thousands of people waiting for Her Majesty's casket to arrive.
Yeah, it is just that realisation that now she's coming home. She's coming home to Buckingham Palace for the very last time. She will spend her last night here.
Let's get a sense of that. Eddie is in the crowd just behind us here at the gates to Buckingham Palace. Eddie, it's a very sobering mood, isn't it?
It is, Koshi and Nat, and it's interesting that you mentioned the weather, because over the last couple of days it's been quite sunny here in London, and then today, as that mood shifted, a real shift in the weather to that typical kind of English drizzle, and we're seeing people here waiting for hours with their umbrellas, even though the conditions aren't ideal, just to get a glimpse firstly of the King, who just recently arrived in the last half an hour with the Queen Consort, driving in here after that whirlwind trip of the UK and finishing up in Belfast today. He drove in, they parked the car briefly, and then the Queen Consort drove back out. We are expecting over the next couple of moments some other senior members of the royal family. We're told Prince William, potentially Prince Harry, if they both are here, both brothers. That is truly a significant moment in the history of the royal family. But we have been surrounded by so many wonderful people who've come from all over the world. I want to introduce you to Emma and Charlotte. If you can squeeze through here, Emma, mother and daughter, tell us, what was it about the Queen that made you want to come down here today?
Oh, it's just her sense of duty and the fact that she sort of served for so many years and has just been a constant figure really in all of our lives, and I just felt up a mark of respect really for her.
And to bring Charlotte down here too and be part of this history, you were down here for the death of Princess Diana. We don't want to compare the two, but it is a different feeling in that was so unexpected, and this is more a real sign of respect for the Queen, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I'd absolutely agree with that. And I think for Charlotte, I just felt it was important for her to experience this kind of a bit of history really, because it is history, and it probably you'll never experience another thing like this ever again.
And Charlotte, what are your thoughts about what you've seen over the last couple of hours, and just the feeling of being here as well?
It is quite a feeling. I mean, it is very different because I've only really been following it on the TV, so it is very different seeing it in person than it is on TV. It was definitely worth coming down, I think, even in the rain.
We've been talking in the last couple of days of how there's been a real mood shift from, I suppose, a celebration of her life to now the realisation that she is returning to London for the last time. Can you feel that here? What do you feel, and what do you see around you with the other people?
I suppose it's just quite a lot. I don't know. Everyone's quite. I don't know really. It's just nice to be here, and everyone seems quite not happy, but
it's quite respectful, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it's a nice atmosphere, even in the rain.
I think there's a sense of being united in celebration of the Queen. Emma and Charlotte, thank you so much for talking to us and for sharing your spot here outside Buckingham Palace. We'll spin around a little bit to give you a lay of the land of where we are. There is the gate to Buckingham Palace, where the senior members of the royal family have been coming and going. We saw Princess Beatrice arrive a little earlier in a car with her baby capsule in the back as well. So we are expecting expecting, as I mentioned, more members of the family to arrive very soon. They've just recently allowed the people to gather up against the crowds of, up against rather the gates and the fences of Buckingham Palace at the moment. So if we spin around that way, girls, I'll just get you to move it a tad if you can. If we spin around that way, you can see the crowds up against the barriers, and we do believe now that the Queen will come through the central gate here at Buckingham Palace. You can see there lots of people waiting for that final approach back to what was her home for so many years, Nat and Koshi.
Yep. Thank you, Eddie. Yes, you will come down what's called Constitution Hill, which is basically by the backyard. You see so many shots of Buckingham Palace, and then swing round into the centre gates.
Yeah, we thought she might come up the Mall, but
yes, no, that's going to be tomorrow.
exactly, that's where she's coming out tomorrow.
So she'll be coming in that gate just over our shoulder there.
Just behind us. We'll bring that to you ahead on Sunrise, live from Buckingham Palace. Our special coverage continues of the Queen's final journey to Buckingham Palace.
Plus speculation about the important role Meghan will play in the funeral. Will she march by Harry's side?
And preparations for the final goodbye. We take you live to the RAF base, where Her Majesty's coffin will arrive in just moments.
London is preparing to farewell their Queen, with Her Majesty's coffin returning to Buckingham Palace for the last time.
The flight from Edinburgh is set to arrive at RAF Northolt shortly, before the royal hearse will make its way through the city and to the centre gate right here at Buckingham Palace.
7 News reporter Tim McMillan is at RAF at Northolt. Tim, good morning to you. The Queen's plane is about to land. She's running a bit ahead of schedule.
Good morning, Koshy. Yes, the plane is running a few minutes ahead of schedule. Originally, they were talking about an arrival here at 6:55 local time, which is about 10 minutes or so from now. But you can just hear in the crowd, more and more people are looking towards the sky, expecting the plane to land any moment. So they're literally just waiting to see it burst through the clouds. The crowds here are quite extraordinary. We literally jumped out of our van and are standing on the edge of a motorway, along with thousands and thousands of people. This is not a regular pathway or walkway where you'd go and take the dog for a walk on a Sunday morning. This is literally the edge of a freeway essentially here, and the crowds are 5-10 deep. There are policemen and police officers all the way down, just trying to keep people off the streets. The traffic is absolutely gridlocked. There are people draped in flags, huddled under umbrellas. It's a pretty drizzly, grey, miserable night here, but they are out in their thousands. I suppose this might be the only opportunity they get, albeit a fleeting glimpse of the Queen's coffin as it passes, knowing just how many people are going to be in the streets of London tomorrow. So this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I think at the moment we might be able to hear a plane coming in the distance. So it'll be interesting to see what the reaction is when we do catch a sight of that, whether it's hushed silence or whether, you know, people start honking their horns in the cars, or what, we don't know. But I'll certainly be here to experience it. People have got white roses ready to throw at the hearse as it drives by. They've got flags ready to wave. So as I said, it will just be a fleeting moment. They get to see the motorcade pass by, but it's obviously a moment that's very important to them and one that they'll cherish.
Yeah, it is really interesting what people are doing for that fleeting moment, isn't it? They are standing in the rain, they're standing in the cold for hours and hours and hours. And Tim, I wonder if it's the same sort of feeling as we're seeing here in the centre of London. A very sort of sad feeling, whereas in the last few days there was more of a celebration of the new king and a celebration of the Queen's life. Now, a very marked difference today, a very sad day today.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even just looking at the atmosphere in Scotland this morning, the sun was shining. It was sombre, but there was a lightness to it as well. Whereas here, I suppose, this is the final trip home. So once she gets off the plane here, down the A40 into London, obviously spending the night at Buckingham Palace, and then that very well orchestrated and organised procession to Westminster Hall tomorrow afternoon, ultimately to nearly her final resting place. So this is certainly an important leg in that journey, but the mood here at the moment, I think everyone's excited to see the plane land soon. I just have to get off the road actually, because people trying to get past, but yeah, you can see the crowds here at the moment. They are just absolutely enormous, but yeah, any moment that plane is due to land.
Yeah. We are about a minute away from that plane landing, and it is about to touch down. The Honour Guard is in readiness.
Now, that's the Queen's Colour Squadron. They are a 63 Squadron of RAF Regiment, that's what they're called. Then the bearer party will convey the coffin to the state hearse. Obviously, we can see the plane on the screen now. Gee, they're really emotional scenes. We saw the plane take off from Edinburgh Airport and then coming into land into London. It's just a really emotional for a lot of people to see her come.
Once again, thousands and thousands of people, just like in Scotland. The journey of the casket, the procession to the airport from St Giles Cathedral down the Royal Mile and then to the airport, just lined with so many people. Honour Guard coming to attention for the arrival of the Queen's flight.
Now, the Guard of Honour will present arms, which they're getting ready to do, on the arrival of the coffin, and they'll remain in that position until the state hearse has departed the airfield. So that's what they are preparing to do at the moment, obviously.
RAF Northolt, about 10 k's north of Heathrow. It's the longest serving RAF base, and was originally established around 1912, just before the First World War, and was a real hub, a defensive hub in the Battle of Britain during the Second World War as well. It was the home of the legendary RAF Spitfires, and also not only the RAF but also it was the base for the Polish Air Force as well during the Battle of Britain. So the Queen's flight on final approach now.
Obviously chosen, they would need a base, but for security reasons too. Tim McMillan, are you witnessing a lot of that around you?
I didn't quite hear you there, Nat, but I can, as you're probably just watching, the plane is just metres away from the ground. It's just disappeared below the level of the trees there. It's the C-17 Globemaster, an aircraft that in recent times has been called upon for all sorts of missions, humanitarian missions to Ukraine. Was involved last year in that incredible evacuation and withdrawal from Afghanistan, but quite a different mission here tonight in London, as I mentioned, for that final moment, touching down here in London in the RAF Northolt base. Not sure how long it's going to take before we see the coffin transferred from that aircraft into the hearse and begin its journey by road now into the centre of London, into Buckingham Palace. But certainly the crowds here were all eyes to the sky just at the moment, watching this moment in history unfold. And sombre as it is, I think they're pleased to be here to witness it.
Thank you, Tim. Look, let's bring in Victoria Arbiter. This is just a really sad, emotional day for so many people to see that plane land, Victoria.
Yes, and the crowds are growing here at Buckingham Palace. In fact, security has reached down the Mall in order to bring people up so that they are able to witness the Queen's arrival at Buckingham Palace. I think it's going to be quite jarring for many people here in London. For days, we have seen them bringing flowers, lighting candles, leaving marmalade sandwiches in a very British style tribute to the Queen. But I think actually seeing the hearse carrying the Queen's coffin is going to be quite confronting for people that are still struggling to accept the Queen's passing. Hard to believe it was just a week ago today that she was welcoming the 15th Prime Minister of her reign, the third female, and yet now we're preparing to welcome her home for her last night at Buckingham Palace. Now, when she arrives at Buckingham Palace, she'll be greeted by King Charles III and his wife, Queen Consort Camilla. I understand that the Prince and Princess of Wales are also going to be there to receive the Queen, and she'll be moved to the Bow Room, where she is going to spend her final night at rest here at Buckingham Palace. The Bow Room is named for the window that runs along one side. It's a stunning room which has direct access onto the gardens that are so famous from the annual garden parties that take place here each year. It's filled with royal memorabilia, including a candelabra from the era of George IV. So a very special place for the Queen to spend her final night and for members of staff to say their farewells.
Family would be watching this, wouldn't they?
They would be, and the Honour Guard is preparing for the plane to approach, and also we see the welcoming party, including British Prime Minister Liz Truss there, standing with the group.
You are watching the arrival of the Queen's Casket back in London. That's at RAF Northolt, the base just outside of London. And there is the Guard of Honour about to receive the coffin. The Queen's Colour Squadron, the 63 Squadron RAF Regiment, they are ready. The bearer party will convey the coffin to the state hearse. We just watched the plane land
and then from there they'll make their way through the city, down Constitution Hill, at the back of Buckingham Palace, and then through the centre gates. The casket, accompanied by Princess Anne,
the Princess Royal,
and the rest of the royal family will be at Buckingham Palace to greet the casket when it arrives.
And we've got some breaking news. It is actually the entire royal family. We can reveal that Meghan and Harry will join other members of the royal family as the Queen's coffin arrives here at Buckingham Palace.
Her Majesty will be greeted by King Charles, the Queen Consort, in about an hour's time, alongside all of the royal children and grandchildren. Also present at the very private ceremony will be Lady Sarah Chatto and Lord Earl Snowdon. This means Meghan will be among them all as a direction from the King.
So obviously in another conciliatory move by the King, we saw Meghan and Harry of course take the walk out to the floral tributes, and that made world headlines, and this will too. So it is a lovely sign this week, this terrible week for this very public family, isn't it? The state hearse, there it is, waiting for the casket to come off. The boarding party has boarded the plane. Now the Guard of Honour will present arms on the arrival of the coffin. We're going to be seeing that soon. They will then remain in that position until the state hearse has departed the airfield.
Escorted out of the plane around to the rear of the aircraft.
Her husband Tim Lawrence. What a journey for her. Obviously, as Victoria Arbiter, our commentator, was explaining, this would have been bestowed on her by the King to travel with the coffin on this journey. She, of course, was with that casket that travelled the 300 kilometres, the 6-hour journey all through Scotland, and now she takes the final part of the journey home with her mother's casket. She's released a statement. I was fortunate to share the last 24 hours of my dearest mother's life. It has been an honour and a privilege to accompany her on her final journeys. Witnessing the love and the respect shown by so many on these journeys has been both humbling and uplifting. These are Princess Anne's words. We will all share unique memories. I offer my thanks to each and every one who share our sense of loss. We may have been reminded how much of her presence and contribution to our national identity we took for granted. I'm also so grateful for the support and the understanding offered to my dear brother Charles as he accepts the added responsibilities of the monarch. To my mother, the Queen, thank you. That statement released just a short while ago from the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, the Queen's daughter.
Royal salute. Present and... Stand still. Bearer party, slow march. Bearer party, stand still. Bearer party, inward, turn, prepare to lower, lower. Bearer party, 10 paces, inward, march. Bearer party, 8 paces, outward, march. Bearer party, inward, turn. Right to left, quick, march.
Majesty now making her way to Buckingham Palace after landing at RAF Northolt. Tim McMillan is part of the crowd outside of the RAF base. Thousands of people, Tim, ready to greet Her Majesty when she leaves the base.
Hello again, Koshy. Yeah, they are certainly ready, and they know that it's moments away because it's 2022. So what are they doing? They're watching news feeds as they wait, and probably watching the same footage that you are right now, seeing every move play out in real time. And I asked the question before, wondering what people are going to do in that moment when the hearse does drive past the spot where they happen to be standing, and I think I should have known. They're going to record it on their phones, so they've all got their phones out at the ready, ready to not only witness it, but I suppose have a copy of this historic moment for their own keepsake, so that they can watch it perhaps again in the future. That's not to say everyone has got their phone out at the ready. Certainly some are ready for a moment of quiet contemplation, I dare say, and there are plenty of white roses as well, which I imagine people will gently toss in the direction of the hearse as it comes by. But as you can see here, it's packed, and there are people of all ages here, huddled under umbrellas and got the raincoats on. It is absolute gridlock, and you can see that it's not too far away because the police are really trying their best to keep people at bay behind those protective barriers. You can see the Union Jack flags draped over the edge. Obviously people have got fairly recent Platinum Jubilee editions to commemorate that celebration earlier this year. They've got those at the ready, draped over the fence. So I imagine that they'll be waving heartily as the hearse drives by. But just moments away at the moment, and people are certainly ready, fleeting as it will be. It's not like you get the sense they didn't necessarily want to be here, but perhaps felt that they had to be here, knowing what the sort of crowds in London are going to be like tomorrow. This was going to be a one and only opportunity for them to pay their respects, being so close to the Queen's casket. So this is it, and I dare say that once it has passed, the crowds will disperse pretty quickly. But the A40, it's a decent trek from here into Buckingham Palace, and I expect that we'll see fairly similar crowds lining the A40 all the way into the centre of London.
Yeah, it's interesting. People choosing their spot, anything to see the last glimpse of Her Majesty's casket, aren't they? Many people, already camped out near Westminster Hall, where she'll lie in state for 4 days and 5 nights. Many people here at Buckingham Palace. So many, thousands and thousands of people we've seen in Edinburgh, and even now, we can see thousands of people stopped on that highway. Tim, any sign of the motorcade yet?
Not as yet. They are certainly waiting here very patiently, but as we know, everything is done methodically with great attention to detail. From the moment that we heard of the Queen's ill taking a turn at the end of last week up until now, everything has been so meticulous and so well planned. This is certainly no different. So you're probably watching the same pictures that I'm seeing on other people's phones, Nat, of a very slow movement of the casket into the waiting vehicle. Certainly when we see police motorbikes cruising by with lights blaring, there's a heightened sense of excitement in the crowd. And all the phones are pointed at the sky. It's quite amazing. I'm sure you can see that in the pictures there, hands in the sky and the glowing screens of thousands and thousands of mobile phones. People wanting to get that few seconds of precious footage, knowing that they were standing there on that spot to witness this moment in history.
Yeah,
it's going to be a long night too, I think, for the people who are camped out in the city trying to get into Westminster Hall tomorrow, because it's going to be a long, cold, wet night.
Yeah, Tim, it's coming to you now on its 24-kilometre route through the centre of London.
So about 30 to 40 minutes it will take the procession to get here to Buckingham Palace through the A40, Westbourne Terrace, Lancaster Gate, Bayswater Road, the Marble Arch, Park Lane, Hyde Park Corner, Constitution Hill, as you said, Koshy, and then through the centre gate, centre arch of Buckingham Palace. So unless 30 to 40 minutes, unless they slow down even more so to let people catch a glimpse, which of course we saw even through Belfast today, when the King went to St Anne's Cathedral for that service, and we saw that motorcade slow down to let people have a glimpse of the new King Charles III.
Yeah. And
I think we're just witnessing the moment about to approach here, guys. Well, I'll stop talking for a bit so you can experience what the crowd is experiencing here, guys.
Love you. Love you. Hurrah.
Well, there you go. That's how the crowd reacted. A mixture. Some people were quite quiet. A gentleman behind me started a shout of "I love you." We had claps, and the crowd dispersing now. Another rehearse. Yes. Hello there, sir.
Leave me alone. Sorry, I've been.
You want to have a?
In the background.
You want to have a? No. You're right.
Okay, I'm okay.
You were probably. Can I ask you a question? You were probably the most vocal person I could hear around here. No, not a criticism by any means, but it felt like a genuine outpouring of emotion there. You were yelling out, "I love you," as it went past.
You know, you've been growing with that, to be honest. So yeah, it's been my life, and it's a new change, I guess. But yeah.
What brought you down here tonight? It's a horrible, dreary night, but you're here.
And it felt like I needed to be here for my mum's sake, for my grandparents' sake, for the morals you have. Yeah. So yeah, appreciate it. Sorry, I've just come from work, to be honest. So I thought the quickest way down is electric scooter, because it was about an hour from 2 miles.
How very modern of you. What did it feel like though when you saw?
It was nice.
The vehicle pass you by?
It was very busy, so you could just see what was there, and you relied on the crowd to tell you who was there. So, yeah, no, I appreciate it. It was nice for her to come past.
You're glad you came. This is a moment in history, isn't it?
I was sitting at home, just finished work, and I thought, I need to be here.
Yep.
It was in the moral compass, to be honest.
Yeah. Are you surprised by the number of people here?
No, I expected this. But it's nice to show that respect. So yeah, it's nice to see it filled up. If it wasn't, and it was empty, it'd be more worried on society. So appreciate it.
Well, no need to worry.
I should have my hair.
Good on you. No, all good. No bother at all. As I mentioned, massive crowds here, and as expected, they are dispersing very quickly. I might just ask a couple of other people who might have come here for reasons or not. What brought you here tonight?
The love. To be the atmosphere and be part of it.
Are you glad you came? Yeah. And what was it?
Really, really good. Beautiful.
Was it what you expected? It was emotional.
Okay.
Okay, obviously communication's tough with Tim there in the crowds.
With so many phones interfering there. The Queen's casket is travelling along the A40. Obviously, they've cleared the road, and most of the cars have just pulled to the side to pay their respects. What a wonderful sentiment from that bloke from Tim saying, sense of duty. Doing it for his mum.
And it feels like everyone you speak to, everyone in these crowds all over, have a story.
Yep.
They're there for their grandkids or their kids, showing their family what this means, or they're there because their mum shared a birthday with the Queen. I heard one gentleman say, I was in the armed forces many, many years ago and I swore allegiance to this woman. So I have come today because I want to pay my respects. Everyone has a personal story. People are standing in tears, people are standing in silence, but all because they want to show their respect to this woman. It's an incredible worldwide event we are witnessing today.
Yeah, let's bring in Russell Myers, and Russell Myers, the Queen is back home in London, making her way down the A40. Such a sombre welcome, but heartfelt and just beautiful.
Well, indeed. Again, you look at the crowds who have come out on this dreary night in London, and you heard it yourself, the expression of love and emotion. We've just heard from Princess Anne and again, accompanying her mother on this final journey back to the capital, talking about the love and emotion that had come from many, many millions of people, not only in the UK but around the world. You're also seeing, for the very first time, the state hearse, and this is the state hearse which will be used in Her Majesty's funeral. I can tell you this was designed by the royal household, by Jaguar Land Rover, and Her Majesty was consulted on the plans every step of the way. This is little intricate details that we are now hearing of this such seismic event. And again, you're just looking at the crowds here. When we finally get to London, I think that it'll be interesting to see whether there'll be a hushed silence, because everywhere I've been in the capital today has been a lot of solemnness, but it does really feel like now that the Queen is finally coming home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we saw that a lot in Scotland, didn't we? Hushed crowds, many, many thousands of people and no sound at all. And that's why it was interesting when the procession just left RAF Northolt, Russell, and people cheered and shouted and called out, "We love you."
Well, very much so, and it's been hugely respectful at all moments, and I think that this is something that people have obviously struggled to come to terms with, and it isn't until you finally see those moments when the Queen's coffin is in front of you that people feel completely overawed, and that outburst of emotion has been happening time and time again. But again, pointing back to Princess Anne's statement, she said that she had been humbled by the reaction of so many people. Indeed, she was the one who accompanied her mother on that 6-hour journey, if you remember, from Balmoral to Edinburgh. And some crowds were 15 deep when they were getting to big towns in the city of Edinburgh, but sometimes along that route in the towns and villages across the Highlands, you were only seeing a solitary figure, one or two people along the line for stretches of miles who were coming out to pay their respects. And it does seem to have really affected the whole nation. These are very, very small communities along that route just coming out and trying to get their head around what has happened.
And Russell, we can just see people pulled over to the side who have been going in the procession's direction, but cars on the other side have just simply pulled over.
That's amazing,
and are parking there to be part of this moment. Russell, what will be the formalities when Her Majesty's coffin gets here to Buckingham Palace?
Well, it will be greeted by the King and the Queen Consort. They will be the two who will welcome Her Majesty back to the headquarters, her London home, where it had been the headquarters for a 70-year reign. And then it will be taken into the palace, and it will lie in rest for 24 hours in the bow room. There had been some reports this week that it would lie in the throne room. But the bow room is an extraordinary place within Buckingham Palace. It's normally the place that the Queen had greeted many world leaders. She greeted the London Olympics team there. There was some fantastic moments there. So it will be a moment of reflection, I'm sure, for not only the family. There will be several members of the family there today, including the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be there. But it will be the next 24 hours will really be for the royal staff, many who had served Her Majesty for many years, many decades indeed, and they will be the ones who will be absolutely devastated at her passing. And it's right that they are given this time to reflect and to say their last goodbyes before she is essentially handed back to the nation for them to say her goodbyes when she lies in state tomorrow.
Russell, can you just stay with us there while we go to Eddie, who's outside the gates of Buckingham Palace? And Eddie, we've been told that the entire royal family will be there, including the kids and the grandkids as well.
That's right, Nat and Koshin, that's what we're waiting for at the moment. In the last 10 minutes or so, activity has really picked up outside the gates here of Buckingham Palace. We've seen the Queen Consort, the most recent arrival. She did come earlier before with King Charles. They returned from Belfast, came straight here. He was dropped off and she returned to Clarence House, but she has just arrived back here at Buckingham Palace. We believe we saw Prince William and also, well, the new Prince and Princess of Wales arrive a little bit earlier as well, and just a string of cars. We're told that any motorcade that arrives with a series of bikes and followed by a Range Rover is going to be a member of the royal family. And this evening we're expecting to see here for a very private ceremony, not just the Queen's children, of course, Charles and Andrew and Edward, but their grandchildren as well. And we are hearing some confirmation from the palace that we will see Prince Harry and his wife Meghan here as well, along with Lady Sarah Chatto, who's the Princess Margaret's daughter, and Elle Snowdon as well. So they'll be part of a very small party that are able to bid their private farewell to the Queen here for her final night at Buckingham Palace, which has been a family home for many, many years, along with the extended palace grounds here. You must remember, of course, that although the closest members of that family were up in Balmoral to say their final goodbyes, some before she died and some just in the moments after, the vast majority of the wider family haven't had a chance to actually have this private moment to themselves. This is the really first time that the family can get together as a family without the public to be able to grieve in private before we begin that journey of laying in state to Westminster Abbey tomorrow. When I say it's in private, there are, as you can see around me, so many members of the public here to bid a final farewell or catch a glimpse of both the royal family and potentially the Queen's coffin arriving here at Buckingham Palace. That will happen in the gate in the centre. This is more of a working gate for the arrival and comings and goings of the royal family. Nat and Koshi.
Yeah. Eddie, let me tell you, the sights here of just London coming to a standstill on the A40, which is a major arterial route into London, is quite extraordinary. Look at the number of people that are lining the roads, that have just stopped their cars, have got out.
This is incredible.
To pay their respects.
We are seeing incredible scenes. So not only have people pulled over their cars, but they've stopped on the side of the road. They're out of their cars. They are lining the streets, and everyone is just in silence watching this motorcade. This is a very special night for so many people. Look at this.
Just extraordinary.
Oh, we're watching the aerials now, Eddie. And look, where you are, outside Buckingham Palace, where we are, you're in the crowd, of course, and so many people by their thousands have waited many, many hours because that motorcade is about to drive past us, Eddie.
And people from right around the world, Nat, and as we look at those pictures of people pulling their cars aside on the motorway, I mean, this is still a working city. People have gone to work today and they're taking that moment just to be part of history and pay their respects in any way they can. And that's the feeling down here as well. Everyone just wanted to come down here and be part of history, even if it was just for a little moment, to not just see the pictures on the news, but to be able to experience it for themselves and feel what it's like. Excuse me, ma'am, can I ask you what it's like to be here today on this very historic evening?
Well, I just love the Queen, always have done. So just felt like I wanted to be here, hopefully to see her in the coffin.
What did she mean to you and your family?
My mum, who's with us, absolutely loved the Queen and followed her all the time. And
I think that's a feeling with lots of people. I think their families were very fond of the Queen, their grandmothers were fond of the Queen, and they just wanted to be here to pay their respects, Nat and Koshi.
Yeah. Let's bring Russell Myers back in. Russell, these are extraordinary scenes of the Queen's procession just bringing the nation's capital to a standstill.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the A40 in West London is a huge main thoroughfare, bringing huge numbers of traffic into the capital, and you are seeing it being brought to a complete standstill. Cars stopped, people getting out on the side of the road to just witness this hugely significant and historical moment. I mean, the fact that this is the first time we're seeing the Queen's hearse, which will be used throughout this week. We will see it in the funeral. Again, police officers standing to attention while there are many thousands of people across this route. And I think the crowds are going to become bigger and bigger as they get into the centre of London. And again, I just think you look at this hushed silence that we've seen from many members of the crowd until they actually see the Queen's coffin, a hugely significant moment for them. And a lot of them have been bursting into applause, even shouting, and just a hugely respectful time.
And as you were saying earlier, the Royal Hearse has been designed for this occasion. Her Majesty approved the plans, and the fundamental issue was to give the crowds the best possible view of her casket, and they certainly are getting it, aren't they?
Well, they have, and not only, I mean, it harks you back to the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral when we saw that his hearse would be carried on a reconditioned Land Rover that had been specially adapted for the coffin to be placed on the back, and in the very similar details, and the Queen was absolutely across the minutiae details of not only the way that her body would potentially be brought back from her beloved Scotland, but also these details, like the state hearse, designed to allow members of the public to have a clear view of the coffin as it travels through London and Windsor. Later on in the week, after the state funeral, it will be taken to Windsor for her to be finally put to rest. And again, I think we will see huge crowds across the capital when that does happen, just as we're seeing now. People stopping, people trying to take in this hugely significant moment. You see the lights, which will show you the royal standard there, draping over the coffin, and it's a very significant moment.
Yeah, it's just such a sad moment. Let's bring in Victoria Arbiter. These are amazing scenes we're seeing, aren't they? People stopped for kilometres and kilometres on the freeway, and people getting out of their cars and standing on the side of the road.
It's quite extraordinary to see the country come to a standstill like this. We haven't seen scenes that are even close to what we're witnessing right now since Diana, Princess of Wales, passed away 25 years ago. And there's a real sense that members of the public here want to stop, have that moment to really pay their respects to the Queen. Here at Buckingham Palace, it's pretty gloomy. It's raining, it's chilly, it's a grey, drizzly night. And yet, members of the public, the feeling here is not that they wanted to be here, it's that they had to be here, that they wanted to witness this moment in history, to pay their respects and to say a final farewell to the Queen. The lines at Westminster Hall are expected to be immense, so for many people this is going to be their final opportunity to see the Queen before she moves to Windsor Castle on Monday.
And Victoria, you were telling us before the number of people who are able to get through into St Giles Cathedral, 26,000 in a day. Well, here at Westminster Hall, they're going to have to get through more than that per day, aren't they? If these crowds are any indication of the respect that people want to show to the Queen, There are talks of hundreds and thousands of people lining up. It's going to have to move pretty quick.
Over, what, 4 days and 5 nights? Yeah.
Early estimates are suggesting at this point that around 750,000 people are expected. Now, it's very unlikely that that many people are going to be able to process through Westminster Hall. There have been suggestions that people could be queuing overnight, but there is one lady at the front of the queue already. She has been there for 24 hours. She is determined to see this through no matter the weather. They're hoping that they may see at least 3,000 people per hour move through. At some point, they may have to cut the line simply because there's expected to be too many people. They're going to cut off viewing at 6:30 a.m. on Monday. So, yes, there is a solid 4 days and 5 nights, and Westminster Hall will be open 24 hours a day.
Talk us through where the procession is at the moment, because it's due here in around the next 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so, and obviously maybe going a bit slower than they thought because of the number of people.
The journey certainly was expected to go slowly, as funeral corteges do, and yet here I think you're absolutely right, Koshi. I do think that the journey has slowed even more simply because of the type of response that they're getting along these streets. There has been such a staggering outpouring. The scenes we saw in Scotland were just overwhelming, and now here England has a chance to pay its respects to its Queen. She will be here momentarily. She's going to go around Hyde Park Corner, which is where the Australian War Memorial is, before she processes down Constitution Hill and through the centre gates at Buckingham Palace. I do think it's rather wonderful that she's going to be greeted not just by the King and Queen Consort, but that her whole family has gathered to welcome her home to Buckingham Palace. It's going to be a deeply personal evening for the family. It'll be the first time many of them have seen her coffin in person, but I think really family was so important to the Queen. So the fact that her family is all going to be gathered as in tribute to her is something that she would have been delighted to know, and it'll be a very special night and a private night for all of them.
And also, I should imagine her household here at Buckingham Palace as well. They wouldn't have had time to grieve either.
Her household, really, you're absolutely right, Koshi. It was right at the start of the pandemic that the Queen all but moved to Windsor Castle. She's been into London, she's been to Buckingham Palace for the odd engagement, and certainly she was here for a number of the Platinum Jubilee festivities. But you're right, tonight will be an opportunity for members of staff, many of whom have been with her for decades, to say a personal farewell.
Okay. Let's go to Bianca Stone, who's at Westminster. Bianca, what are you seeing there? Oh,
no, we've
just lost Bianca.
Victoria, you mentioned the palace and who's going to be greeting her here tonight. That we saw those really sad pictures of Prince Harry the night she died, coming in alone in a car after the others. But tonight they'll all be together, and he and Meghan will be here too.
Yes, Harry and Meghan will be here, and this will be the first time that the whole family has been together in at least 2 or 3 years, because of course Harry and Meghan skipped a couple of Christmases at Sandringham, with the extended members of the royal family. So I think tonight is all about being together, mourning the loss of the Queen, comforting each other, grieving together and honouring her, and this is exactly what she would have wanted. Hopefully Harry and Meghan are going to be given a warm reception by members of the family. I certainly think there's nothing like a family tragedy to reset perspective and make members of the family set their quarrels aside. So hopefully this will also be a positive step forwards in terms of this family healing and coming together. And in terms of what the Queen's final wish would be, I think that certainly comes close to fulfilling it.
And the mood in London seems to have changed, doesn't it? For London, the death of Her Majesty has almost been at a distance. It has been more the celebration of a new monarch than respecting the death of an old monarch. But now she's back home here in London. Do you expect that to change?
I think you're absolutely right, Koshi. There's been a sense of God Save the King celebration, especially because King Charles has gone out on walkabout and met the crowds. I think it's quite confronting now for people here in London to suddenly be witnessing these scenes in person. When you see the coffin on television, you can kind of step away from it. It's a little bit more difficult to absorb the enormity of what's happened. But suddenly now England is having a chance to mourn its Queen, and I do think that it's going to be quite jarring. It'll be interesting to see the reaction here at Buckingham Palace when the hearse pulls up. At RAF Northolt, there were cheers. Some people were very quiet. Some people threw flowers. There was a hip hip hooray from some quarters. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here tomorrow. Certainly when the procession leaves Buckingham Palace and heads to Westminster Hall, it's going to be absolute silence. There won't be any music accompanying the procession, just the clip-clop of the hooves, which I think will be quite haunting to witness. Tonight, I think people just want to welcome her home.
And we've seen silence, haven't we, the whole way through, which has been really rather haunting. But tonight, we've also seen people camping out, ready, because they want to see a glimpse of her. They're all up and down the Mall. We've seen people ready for their moment.
It's amazing, actually, to see these tents that have been lined up, some for 2 or 3 days already. And this is what Britons do when there is a big set-piece occasion. They did this for the royal wedding. They did this when Prince George was born. They did this for each of the Jubilees that the Queen was fortunate enough to celebrate. And I think in this instance, this is such a pivotal moment in history, and people just really wanted an opportunity to witness it, to record it, to be able to tell future generations of their own family. I remember where I was the week the Queen passed away.
We're also seeing members of the royal family starting to arrive here at Buckingham Palace to meet the procession when it arrives. Here's Kate and William arriving. Are they likely? We did hear that some of the great grandkids were going to be here tonight. Do you expect that as well?
I would be surprised if the younger great-grandchildren were here, simply because I think funerals and the passing of a loved one are very difficult to explain to young children. Certainly they all will have been made aware, but I would be very surprised if any of these parents chose to expose their children to the Queen's actual coffin. I suspect there'll be a moment for them to have their own commemoration, to draw pictures for Gan Gan, which is what some of them call their great-grandmother, to dedicate flowers to her, to remember her with happiness in their hearts. And so I think tonight it's likely to be mostly the adults.
Because Harry and Meghan didn't bring their children from America, did they, on this trip?
No, they didn't bring their children. They were only expecting to be away for a week, and it was a business trip. They were going to Manchester, to Germany for the Invictus Games event, and then back to England for one occasion before heading back to California. So they've now been away from their children for, almost 2 weeks. There was some discussion about Meghan's mother flying the children over to the UK. They're too young, of course, to take part in any of the funeral ceremonial occasions, but just to have their children with them. There's comfort in a family being together, but there's been no official word from the Sussex's spokesperson in that regard, and it's possible that given it's such a long journey, they'll allow the children just to stay home.
Gee, that, as we were discussing before, the design of the hearse was, the royal hearse was approved by Her Majesty, so people could get the best view of her casket and also the royal standard. And on this dark, gloomy night, it really is standing out like a beacon, isn't it?
It's absolutely a beacon of light, and I think it really speaks to the Queen's awareness of being a queen for the people. She wanted to include the people in every element of her funeral. It was her that decided to have her funeral at Westminster Abbey. Typically, previous monarchs have had their funerals at St George's Chapel, but the Queen's feeling was not only was Westminster Abbey much bigger, but the area around it allows for more people to gather. Much of the area around St George's Chapel is closed off to the public, and the Queen wanted the public to be able to take part in this funeral and to be able to say their own personal goodbyes. She famously said, "I have to be seen to be believed," and perhaps she knew that her funeral would have to be seen to be believed.
And even the inclusion of, for instance, the Great Australian Achievers who've been invited, the VC winners, people, we're going to speak to some of them later in the show today. That is such a wonderful gesture that would she have been in on that before her passing?
Absolutely, she would. It's a very personal gesture and a very warm gesture, and it speaks to their awareness of celebrating people from all walks of life that have achieved wonderful things. They do this at weddings too. They'll open up the guest list, obviously, to their family and friends, but then regular members of the public who have done wonderful things, served their communities, perhaps suffered terrible adversities themselves, are included. So yes, that very much will have been the Queen's idea.
Okay, let's go to Bianca Stone, who's at Westminster Hall, where, of course, people have begun queuing because late tomorrow, London time, the Queen's casket, the Queen will lie in state. Bianca, what can you see?
Nat, good morning. Yeah, the focus really has now shifted to London. As Victoria said, the Queen famously said she needed to be seen to be believed. Many people that I've spoken to today have said they need to see that coffin to actually believe that she has gone. It is incredible to see. I'm watching those pictures at the moment of that hearse as it makes its way to Buckingham Palace and the illumination of the back of that hearse. You can see the royal standard. So many people here in London now getting to see the Queen's coffin for the very first time. And over the next few days, many more thousands of people will make their way to see that coffin. We do have people already lined up to go and walk past here at Westminster Hall to see the coffin as the Queen is lying in state. She'll be there for 4 days. Now, she will spend the night in Buckingham Palace, one last night in Buckingham Palace before she does make that procession to Westminster Hall. That is set to take place at precisely 2:22 tomorrow afternoon. That's 11:22 Australian Eastern Standard Time. She will leave Buckingham Palace for the final time. She will, of course, be followed by King Charles and also Princes William and Harry as they make that final journey. That will take them through the streets of London. That will be a huge occasion. They have set up screens in Hyde Park for people to go and watch there. We saw those scenes in Scotland, so many people coming out. We'll expect that tenfold here in London. They are expecting thousands and thousands of people to come out, perhaps many millions of people. There are about 1,500 soldiers who will help in that, 10,000 police officers, 1,000 volunteers on the ground. I spoke to some volunteers today. They won't just be helping with people who are lost or perhaps have been standing for too long. They'll also be lending a shoulder to cry on, because it's a very emotional time for so many people to see their Queen, who has been their Queen for 70 years now, making her final journey to Westminster Hall. Now, there are some special things in place for Westminster Hall for people who do want to go and see the Queen tomorrow, and she will be lying in state from tomorrow for those 4 days. People have been told that line will be a moving line, so you won't be able to set up camp chairs and things like barbecues or gazebos. You will be constantly on the move. It's likely to be pretty chilly as well. The weather has turned a bit here in London at the moment. As you can experience, we're getting that drizzle of rain. Tomorrow when the procession starts, I've checked the weather map, less than 5% chance of rain, so we will see plenty of people out here. For people who do line up, and we do expect them to be lines of people that will last 20 to 30 hours until you actually get to see the Queen. And if you do miss out on seeing the Queen, well, many people may, because they're expecting up to 1 million people to try to come here and join that line.
Thank you, Bianca. Victoria, why isn't this procession coming up the Mall? Why is it coming down Constitutional Hill at the basically the side of the Buckingham Palace and goes along the side of the backyard, basically?
Tonight is all about bringing the Queen home, and really the ceremonial procession that goes down the Mall tomorrow is really the opportunity for members of the public to pay their respects. So tonight it's really, not to be too clinical, but getting her from point A to point B as respectfully as possible so that as many people can see her as possible. But tonight is all about the family and getting her home to her family so that they can have one last night with her.
And she's not far away now. She's coming down Mayfair. So let's check in with Eddie, who is at the gates of Buckingham Palace. Eddie, is there a sense of anticipation from the crowd?
Yeah, there certainly is, Nat and Koshi, and they've closed the gate that we were at before, where some of the senior members of the royal family came. We saw the King, the Queen Consort, and also just most recently the Prince and Princess of Wales, William and Catherine, arrived through that gate. Now we've repositioned ourselves to the gate where the Queen will arrive in just a matter of moments. And it's really poignant to think that one of the last times that she was here at Buckingham Palace, which was her home for so many years, was when she was standing on the balcony behind me for the Queen's Jubilee. This was a concert stage at the time, and the whole of London turned out to celebrate this extraordinary woman and her 70-year reign. Obviously this evening a very different feel, as Bianca mentioned. It's just drizzling rain. People have been waiting for hours in the rain in almost silence to pay respects to the Queen. Kids jumping in puddles, mums who brought their kids down to be part of this occasion, older people who've perhaps experienced longer of her reign. It's just a really beautiful, beautiful part of history to be here, and so many people that we're speaking to just wanted to simply just be here in this moment, Nat and Koshi.
Yeah. And Eddie, she's just around Hyde Park now, which is so close to Buckingham Palace and not far away from there at all. So the crowds here outside Buckingham Palace that have swelled to their thousands, so silent. You could hear a pin drop in anticipation for the royal procession with the Queen's casket arriving very shortly.
So after Hyde Park, she will enter Constitution Hill and then through the centre gate, centre arch here at Buckingham Palace. And we've watched these crowds. We've been walking through them, haven't we, Koshi, for the last few days since we arrived, through Green Park, where all the floral tributes have been. We've talked to so many people, many Australians who are so happy to be here. They've changed their flights, they've come early, or they were due to fly back, and so all because they want to be here for this moment, for today and tomorrow, to see the Queen that who's been so much part of their life. Most of them, of course, never met her, never seen her, but they want to be here for this moment.
Yeah. And you can sense the anticipation outside Buckingham Palace now as everyone's following the procession. Look at the lines of people lining the road here in the centre of London, the entire 24-kilometre journey as they surge forward there to get a glimpse of the royal hearse, and now approaching Marble Arch for the last kilometre down Constitutional Hill to Buckingham Palace.
I think it's the silence that gives you goosebumps, don't you think?
It is eerie, it's haunting, it's full of emotion as people pay respect to their former monarch. She meant so much to so many people. It's that value set, that sense of loyalty, that sense of service, that sense of putting others before you that I think has really resonated with everyone, not only those in the UK but throughout the Commonwealth, throughout the world.
And that's what people have said to us, she swore that she would serve her country and the Commonwealth till the day she died, and that's what she did, didn't she?
Yep.
That means so much to people, those values.
Yep. And the hush is absolutely deafening as she makes her way towards Buckingham Palace.
Nearly there. hear the choppers overhead now.
And you can feel the emotion. As the cortege seems to be slowing on that final approach.
You can probably hear the helicopters behind us.
Coming by the Dorchester there, around Mayfair.
Cars still stopping on the side of the road. Look at the crowds.
5, 6, 7 deep at the intersections there.
Still not one sound outside here at Buckingham Palace.
And you can,
Inside Buckingham Palace, of course.
you can now start to hear the crowds as they know she is so close.
And inside the palace, of course, the family watching and waiting because this is a special night.
We have the outriders already turning off as they lead the procession through.
The Queen returns to Buckingham Palace for the final time.
To rest for the night before continuing her journey tomorrow. Here she is.
For the last time at Buckingham Palace. These pictures are incredible, a moment in history as the Queen returns to Buckingham Palace for the final time. Eddie is there in the crowd. Eddie.
Nat, these are the moments that so many people here have been waiting hours to see, and a moment in history as Queen Elizabeth II returns to the home she knew for so many years for the final time, spending one night here surrounded by her son, her children, her closest family, and the subject she served for 70 years. And here on the forecourt, barely a sound as people from all over the world take in this final moment. We've seen jubilant scenes here before, royal weddings, royal occasions, the end of World War II. She witnessed all of that history, and now a final applause for the woman who served her country and the Commonwealth for such an extraordinary reign. What an extraordinary moment this is to be here in London for what is the start of a final farewell to a remarkable woman, Nat and Koshi.
Applause, 3 cheers, you can hear it in the background going up, as literally tens of thousands of people here outside Buckingham Palace welcome their monarch, their late monarch, back home to headquarters of the royal family.
Her final night in Buckingham Palace. Oh, it's so emotional, isn't it? Interesting, because the crowd was so silent for so long and then they couldn't hold back. And there she is, in the palace for the night with the family for the final time.
And Eddie, 24 kilometres, the journey from RAF Northolt to Buckingham Palace, and she brought the city to a standstill.
She certainly has, and so many people really
Eddie,
emotional here, Nat and Koshi. Tell me, I just saw you embracing a stranger, I think.
Lady I met this evening.
What was that like to see that final moment?
Oh, so moving, because she's coming home. Very moving.
You were in tears, hugging a stranger. There's a real sense of camaraderie here this evening from people who never knew her and don't know each other.
Exactly right. And people have come from all over the world just to see this moment. And I think tonight is more poignant than any other time, because this is her home. And
this is the lady you were hugging.
Yeah,
Can I speak to you for a moment? You brought your... I know it's a very emotional time for so many people. Only if you're happy to. We'd love to hear your thoughts on what you've just seen here tonight.
No words.
What did she mean to you?
A lot. I think she meant a lot to everybody. We've never known a time without her. Ever. You know? It's just all the happy times in England, all the celebrations.
And that's what's, I think, so poignant this evening, is that juxtaposition between this scene here at Buckingham Palace. We've shared so many of her life events here, and then to be here for this final night. Why was it so important for you to come down here? When did you make that decision?
I didn't make that decision. I just happened to decide I live in America, and I just happened to decide to come about a week before this all happened, and I don't know why I came. Just serendipity maybe, but always said I'd be here, and I'm here.
Well, thank you for sharing this moment with us. We really appreciate it.
Verbal right now.
You're very eloquent. Thank you so much. And I think that, what was your name? I'm sorry?
Margarita, Maggie Fisher.
Thank you, Maggie. I think Maggie's sentiments there really sum up what so many people here are thinking. They're not quite sure why they had to be here or you know, why they came, but the sense that you wanted to be part of history unfolding here this evening. We'll chat to some more people down here who were here for that special moment. Excuse me, can I interrupt you and ask you a little bit about what brought you down here this evening? Do you mind? That's okay. Obviously not everyone wanting to share their feelings, and what is a really emotional time for so many people. Can I ask you, What did you see? What did you just witness?
We witnessed a moment in history. It's the last time in our lifetime we're going to see a Queen. It was really quite emotional. I was quite touched by it all.
You were here at the front. I can see you have a bouquet of flowers. Describe the scene. It's one thing seeing their pictures on the news and on the television, but it's entirely different being here, isn't it?
Totally. It's so sombre, and it was so lovely to see the people of the UK come out just to say their goodbyes, for this section of what we're doing for her.
We're hearing accents from all over the world. People have come a long, long way to be here.
People have, yeah. I'm a Londoner by normal, but I'm from Hertfordshire now, so I travelled down. I got separated from my son as well. My son's somewhere over there, and I'm here, but I'm so glad I did it.
Yeah. I think lots of people are saying that they're just really glad that they came down, and we're here to witness those moments. And Koshi, as you noted before, you know, a city that is at work today, a big city, one of the biggest in the world, pausing and stopping and seeing all those cars pull over on the side of the road because everyone in their own little way wanted to be part of this moment and mark it in their own way and show that respect. And I think to be here on the night that she returns to London, particularly poignant, as well as, of course, the 4-5 days ahead of mourning. I think many people just thought that tonight, when she returns home, that this was particularly special to be here.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Eddie. We will check back with you. The Queen is home. This is a special edition of Sunrise. We're back with more live from London right after this. And outside the palace as she returns home, the extended family, royal family, waiting for her inside. For more, we're joined by the Sun's royal commentator, Emily Andrews. Emily, she really came home with a bang, didn't she? She stopped the entire city.
She absolutely did, Koshi. I have never seen scenes like this ever before in my life. I've been in royal convoys myself when I've toured, gone on tour with the now King, as was Prince Charles or Kate or William, Harry and Meghan. I've never seen anything like this. I was actually in front of that rolling procession from RAF Northolt back to Buckingham Palace. I was in a car in front, and it was just astonishing driving down the A40. It's one of the main arterial roads into the centre of London. Hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets wanting to pay their respect to the Queen. There was shouts, there was cheers, there was silence. I mean, it was incredibly moving. I felt quite emotional, actually. She's home. She's come home.
Wow. And on such a dark and dreary night, and to see that royal hearse like a beacon, basically lighting up the night, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was fantastic actually, because you could really see the coffin, that beautiful wreath of flowers on the top. The standard, the flag that was covering her coffin was changed in the air. In Scotland, she had her royal standard, Scottish standard on top of her coffin while she was in the air en route back to London from Edinburgh. It was changed to her standard that is flown when she's in England. And it was absolutely phenomenal that the hearse was, she designed it herself. That hearse, designed by Land Rover and the Queen, was designed so that as many people could see her as possible, and it was lit up. She didn't know, obviously, when she would depart this world. She didn't know when she didn't, obviously, she couldn't have planned it better herself, actually, I think, you know, being in Scotland. But the fact that the hearse was lit up meant that everyone could see her. And of course, the Queen always said, I have to be seen to be believed. And hundreds of thousands of people saw her on the streets of London tonight. It brought London to a standstill. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it really did it. That was the incredible part, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That we're on this, you know, awful night in London weather-wise, and these beautiful bright lights shining down. It's a long drive, Emily, and for every kilometre of that journey, there were people stopping their cars and getting out of their cars and lining those streets and wanting to be part of this. That was incredible to see.
Absolutely, and when the Buckingham Palace did funeral briefings for the Queen, as they did from time to time before her death, I went along. I've been reporting on the royals for over 10 years now, and you know, we all went along. Obviously they were off-camera briefings. It was to prepare us for when Operation London Bridge happened. The palace was always slightly nervous about what would happen, what would the public reaction be. There were all these plans in place for, you know, if she died in Balmoral, if she died in Sandringham, and for exactly these scenes that we're witnessing, for her to be seen by the public. But of course no one could anticipate whether the public would want to see her. Well, I think tonight that has been answered in absolute spades. We saw hundreds of thousands of people in Scotland wanting to pay their respects. I mean, England has really shown its true colours this evening, and even the clouds, Koshi, now, even the clouds have been crying for her.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful way of putting it, Emily, and it's so true. Yeah, look, I suppose it gives us a taste too. We know, we're seeing these pictures now, and it still gives you goosebumps. We know that she's going to lie in the ballroom here at Buckingham Palace tonight. The family are going to gather and mourn, and then tomorrow she's going to go to Westminster Hall and have those 4 days and 5 nights lying in state. This tonight, I think, gives us a taste of what we are going to see in London for that time.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there are some suggestions that London is going to be full. I mean, you know, London is one of the biggest cities in the world. It's got millions of inhabitants, and to suggest that London is going to be full is kind of unheard of. But I think what we're witnessing are unprecedented scenes. Tonight, the Queen rests at home in the bow room on the ground floor of Buckingham Palace. It's not a room that's seen by the public. I've actually been in it myself. It opens out onto the garden at Buckingham Palace, and we know the Queen loved the gardens at Buckingham Palace so much, so it's rather fitting that her last night at Monarchy HQ, her home, she'll be overlooking the gardens that she loved to walk in. And then tomorrow, a precursor really of the state funeral next Monday, she will go in slow, solemn procession to the Palace of Westminster, the original royal palace of kings and queens before it became our seat of democracy and the Houses of Parliament. And she will go in a solemn procession. The King will walk behind her with Princess Anne, with Prince Andrew, with Prince Edward, her 4 children. And then, as you say, she'll lie in state in the Palace of Westminster for 4 days, 5 nights, and members of the public will be able to process slowly past her coffin. We're anticipating people coming from all around the world. It's not just heads of state and prime ministers who are flying in. It's ordinary members of the public who are coming from Australia, from New Zealand, from America, who want to come and pay their respects. Tonight, the palace released details of the queue and how people can queue and where they can join it. And 50 years ago, there was a very famous colour writer, newspaper reporter called Vincent Mulcrone, and he described Winston Churchill's funeral thus: "Tonight," he said, "there are 2 rivers running through London, and one of them is people." I expect we will see exactly those things echoed tomorrow. We'll see the River Thames and then a river of people alongside it, waiting to say their personal goodbye to their Queen.
But Emily, there were so many moments in this arrival back in London, from the honour guard, the transfer of the coffin to the hearse, even down to the police escort, motorcycle escort, when they stopped to let the hearse inside the gates of Buckingham Palace, stopped and all of them bowed their heads. So many emotional moments that for the next 4 days, it's going to be incredible to be here in London.
I mean, it will be astonishing. We are witnessing pomp, pageantry, ceremony, the like of which us Brits, Koshi, haven't seen since, frankly, the state funeral of Winston Churchill, which was a long time before I was born. I mean, the last time, 20 years ago was the last time we had a state funeral for the Queen Mother. It was nowhere near as big as this. I went to Margaret Thatcher, our late Prime Minister's funeral, a couple of years ago. It was a state funeral. It was nothing as Monday is going to be. We haven't had a state for so long. It's going to be phenomenal.
Okay, Emily, thank you very much for your insight. We'll talk to you soon. Let's go back to those gates where, of course, the hearse and the procession just drove in just moments ago here at Buckingham Palace. Eddie is there. Eddie.
Well, Nat and Koshi, Emily mentioned that river of people. Well, it flows right here to the gates of Buckingham Palace, where we find Nina and Yuko. Nina, you flew in last night and wanted to be here for this moment.
Yes, it's very exciting. We came in from San Francisco.
We're hearing so many accents in the crowd, not just people locally from London. Are you seeing the same, and people who are coming from all over the world to be here for this moment?
Absolutely. There's people from all over, and we flew in from San Francisco, and I think next door we had someone from, where was he from?
Oh.
His girlfriend was from Japan.
Yeah, that's certainly what we're seeing with lots of people. I want to mention here, Ariane, you're 9 years old. What did you see here tonight?
I saw the flowers in Green Park and King Charles in his car down there.
And Michelle, come on in, because you guys are Australian but you live here in London. Why did you want to be here this evening?
We came here to pay our respects. It's very sad, and there's a long history, a lot of connection. My great-grandfather was asked to sing for the Queen in 1953 in Fiji, and my aunt and my uncle had met the King and the Queen, or Prince Philip and the Queen, and King Charles now many times. So, deep connection here, and it was special.
And of course, we've been watching the pictures in the news, and particularly those emotional scenes in Scotland. Does it feel more real now that she's back home?
Yes, more real, and just sad that she's home, and this is a chance for us all to say goodbye.
A chance for the public to say goodbye, and for her family as well, who are inside at the moment in Buckingham Palace. Nat and Koshi saying a very private farewell before the public gets to do the same over the coming days.
Yeah. All right, Eddie, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, what a night for them. But, as we were saying before, they're such a public family. I think it's nice that they can actually get together and maybe have one normal night together.
A private night before they share with the rest of the world again tomorrow.
That's
exactly. A really good point.
Now you're watching a special edition of Sunrise as the Queen returns home. We'll be back in just a moment, live from Buckingham Palace.
a city stops to honour Her Majesty. Back at Buckingham Palace one final time. A royal family reception inside the gates as a nation gives thanks.
The Queen has made her final return to the palace and crowds lined the streets for hours to pay their respects.
Anne honours the Queen's final wish, Her Majesty's request for her daughter to accompany her cortege all the way on its final journey.
King Charles and Camilla visit Northern Ireland, greeted in the street, and a cathedral service to commemorate the Queen.
Royal invitation, the outstanding Aussies who will attend the Queen's funeral.
Plus, lion-free marathon AFL tribunal hearing clears Jared Berry to play against Geelong.
A third La Nina declared, Brisbane offering sandbags already ahead of a wet summer.
And the Queen and her corgis, how an Adelaide breeder introduced Her Majesty to one of her greatest loves. It's Wednesday, the 14th of September, 2022.
This is a special edition of Sunrise with Koshi and Nat live from Buckingham Palace.
Special edition of Sunrise live from Buckingham Palace on a day that will go down in history. The Queen is home. Her Majesty has arrived back here at Buckingham Palace and she is now with her family for the night.
We've seen incredible scenes with thousands of people taking to the streets across London to bid an emotional farewell to Her Majesty. The city fell silent. London's busiest highway even came to a standstill as motorists stopped and paused to pay their respects. Bianca Stone has the last goodbye to the monarch loved by so many.
The late Queen returns to London.
And here on the forecourt, barely a sound as people from all over the world take in this final moment.
Her journey home began hours earlier in Scotland. After lying at rest in St Giles Cathedral, Her Majesty's coffin was placed in a hearse. A final salute from the Queen's company of archers, Princess Anne and her husband Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, again representing the royal family as the Queen's escort. The city's streets were filled with people watching as the procession passed, applause rippling through the crowd. Slowly the hearse made its way to Edinburgh Airport under a sunny Scottish sky.
I mean, it's literally picture perfect. I mean, what a send-off for the Queen.
The Royal Regiment of Scotland was waiting alongside the RAF aircraft. The Queen's coffin gently carried onto the plane by Royal Air Force personnel.
And here we go. Plane about to take off from Edinburgh Airport, bringing the Queen home to London.
Just over an hour later, the Queen's final flight touched down on English soil at the RAF Northolt.
But certainly the crowds here were all eyes to the sky just at the moment, watching this moment in history unfold, and sombre as it is, I think they're pleased to be here to witness it.
The coffin now draped in the English Royal Standard as it was transferred into the hearse. Sunshine in Scotland was replaced with England's rain, the weather reflecting the mood of a nation. The entire route to London lined with well wishes.
Love you! Love you!
Our reporters were there too to witness her journey home.
There are, as you can see around me, so many members of the public here to bid a final farewell or catch a glimpse of both the royal family and potentially the Queen's coffin arriving here.
The largest crowds were gathered outside Buckingham Palace. The scene of so many royal celebrations is now the focal point for the country's mourning.
Let's bring in Eddie, who has been outside Buckingham Palace all evening, all afternoon so far here in London. And Eddie, it was just remarkable, wasn't it? It was just a beautiful return to London for the Queen.
It was truly remarkable, Nat and Koshi, and I'm here with Michael Cannon and Monsignor William Saunders, two men of faith, and the Queen was a woman of faith as well. Why is it that you particularly wanted to be here this evening?
Well, I've met her in the past. She's a wonderful lady. She's been a fantastic monarch, but she's also been like the mother of our nation. And also, may I say, Australia. God bless Australia and all who live over in that part of the world. She's a lady of humility, carefulness. She reaches out to other denominations, you know. I've seen her in the Vatican. I helped to organise a state visit with Prince Philip there some years ago. She's someone that reaches out to all faiths, not just other Christian denominations. She's been an excellent servant. Here in London tonight it's raining. It's like teardrops falling from the people of the nation.
It's a very, very eloquent and beautiful way to put it, Michael. I think what struck me was the mix of emotions here. You saw a round of applause ring out and ricochet towards the gates as the hearse moved around the statue. Then also cheers and also tears from people here.
That's right. There's been many tears up and down the country. Even in my own parish family, I've seen people emotional. Most of us that.
People will just miss her, won't they?
Well, she's been fantastic. She's been a lady par excellence. She's been a queen par excellence, a mother of our nation. You know, everyone can relate to her. She had a great innings. 96 isn't bad. But we didn't want to let her go yet because she's been so wonderful. Fantastic lady, a woman of faith, as you said yourself. And we're proud to know her, we're proud to love her. Our nation is very proud of her. All branches of our nation think she's been fantastic. And the Catholic Church loves her, honours her. The Pope has sent a message to our new king, God bless him, King Charles II. And we hope that she has left the country and the Commonwealth, Australia and many other nations in good hands.
She certainly made sure of that, didn't she, working up until the very end, William? And I think lots of people here this evening too saying it shocked them because they saw the pictures of her. She was still working. She met with the new Prime Minister. Were you shocked? And what has this last week been like for you emotionally?
Absolutely shocked. I was devastated to find out that she had died. And the first time I knew really was when the television cameras showed the Union flag at half-mast, and then it was announced, and actually I cried. So that was how much it had a personal effect on me. I mean, I've known her, you know, since I was a little boy, and she's been there for all the different events of sort of my life, the nation's life, her own family life, you know, and with her passing, it really marks the end of an era for so many people in this country that have never known any other monarch other than her.
Exactly right, and 70 years on the throne, a 70-year reign, the only queen many people knew, and just the emotion. Thank you so much, William and Michael, for sharing that with us. I think the sentiments they echoed throughout Buckingham Palace this evening, so many people saying the same, Nat and Koshi.
She's been a fantastic monarch.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, it was just beautiful and so sad seeing that motorcade. But thousands and thousands of people have done that today in person. Bianca Stone, let's go to you. You're at Westminster. Those scenes, the aerials that we saw following the hearse from the base to Buckingham Palace were simply incredible.
On Nat Koshi, it was something to experience. It's goosebump kind of stuff, you know, as we saw night fall and that hearse illuminate where you saw the coffin in the back, the Queen, knowing the Queen was in there, covered in the royal standard as well, making her way through the city that she knows so well, making her way home through London to Buckingham Palace. All of those cars stopped on the side of the road. It was just incredible, the amount of people that have come out to witness this, and I get the feeling this is just a taste of what's to come too over the next almost a week, when we will see so much emotion from the people of London, so much pomp and ceremony that we haven't seen before in such a long time as we prepare to farewell the Queen. Tomorrow will be absolutely incredible. What we've seen this evening will be nothing compared to what we see tomorrow, with millions of people packing into London to see that procession as the Queen leaves Buckingham Palace for the final time. That is set to happen at 2:22 in the afternoon precisely. That's 11:22 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That hearse will, she will leave Buckingham Palace. She will be on a gun carriage and she'll be followed on foot by her son King Charles. She'll also be followed by her grandsons Prince William and Prince Harry and other members of the royal family. They will make their way through the streets of London. No doubt that crowd will be out to see them. They've got big screens up in Hyde Park so people can pack in there and watch what happens through there. That journey to here at Westminster Palace will take about 38 minutes. They've timed that out to take that long, no doubt, with all those well wishes that it may take a little bit longer than that. Once the Queen is here, she'll be taken to the Great Hall. That is the oldest part of the palace here at Westminster, and she will then lie in state for 4 days, 5 nights, giving the public a real opportunity to see her. We already have people lined up ready to see her lie in state there in that time. We are expecting massive crowds of people for that. They say maybe 350,000 people will get through to see her, maybe 750,000 people will turn out to see her. The last time someone lied in state here was the Queen Mother. That was back in 2002. 200,000 people turned out to see the Queen Mother. There's going to be many more people for this. And of course that all leads up to the Queen's funeral, which will be held on Monday. The lying in state finishes at 6:30 Monday morning. Then we see her funeral after that. And we are starting to hear some more details about the funeral as well. Just how many people have been invited. 2,000 people can fit into Westminster Abbey. 500 dignitaries from right around the world have been invited. Included in that list is US President Joe Biden. He's been given special exemption to bring his armoured vehicle over here to London, but everyone else, well, they will have to fly in commercially. They've been told to fly in commercially, don't take private jets. They've also been told they'll have to stop and go, catch buses in here as well, similar to what happened during Kate and William's wedding as well. They will all be here, including our own Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. He's confirmed he'll be coming along with the Governor-General, and there are 10 Aussies who have been invited too. They're calling them ordinary Aussies who have done extraordinary things. Included on that list, Chris Waller, horse racing legend, knew the Queen very well, guys.
Yes. All right, Bianca, thank you. Let's bring in Royal Commentator Victoria Arbiter. Victoria, there were fears that London may have been a bit disconnected from the death of Queen Elizabeth, and they weren't sure how many people would turn out to welcome her back to London. Well, there's no doubt that there's no disconnect, is there? Hundreds of thousands of people. Were you surprised?
No, I wasn't surprised, Koshi, to be honest. When the call comes, the British turn out. It's a pretty grotty night here in London. It's a little chilly, it's windy, the rain is coming down, but the crowds waited so patiently. Many of them started queuing up around 1 o'clock this afternoon, but it was clear so many of them wanted to have an opportunity to welcome the Queen back home. It was extraordinary to witness. It was silent for so many hours, and yet as the hearse drew up and people got their first glimpse of the coffin, enormous cheers erupted. It was almost like the public couldn't contain themselves any longer. People watching might think it's an extraordinary reaction for people to be cheering at a time of such monumental sadness, but I think it was just an expression of love and affection for the Queen, and really it's such a testament to who she was and the affection that people feel for her, that no matter the weather, no matter this pretty unforgiving night, they were determined to roll out and be here for her, to give her such an exceptional welcome home.
Yeah, it's certainly an old, cold, wet night in London, isn't it? But it certainly hasn't stopped anyone turning out. It's quite incredible to be here. And I noticed that someone said in Scotland, at St Giles Cathedral, when they walked past the casket, it felt like it was just her and I. When I walked past, I'd seen the pictures on TV, and I thought I wouldn't feel that when I actually got close to the casket. I guess that sort of maybe sums up the feeling that people are getting when they catch a glimpse, Victoria.
I think so many people view the Queen as a member of their own families, because almost every Briton alive today, and certainly so many people around the Commonwealth, many Australians that are watching right now, have only ever known one monarch. She's been present at some of our times of national tragedy, times of national joy, and it's hard to believe it was only 3 months ago that we were witnessing and celebrating the Platinum Jubilee. It's hard when I look at Buckingham Palace and look at the balcony to think it was literally just 3 months ago that she was standing there receiving such a rapturous welcome from the public. There's something as well about being in a sacred space, whether or not people believe in a higher power. Once you enter a church or a cathedral, there's a sense of calm and peace and serenity. The Queen was a profoundly religious woman, and so I'm not surprised that these are the types of stories that we're hearing from people that queued, some of them for upwards of 12 hours for a moment to file past her coffin. And it's lovely that they feel like they've had such a personal experience. That is going to be the experience that people have who are fortunate enough to make it inside Westminster Hall this week. As we've been hearing all evening, we're expecting numbers around 750,000 to 1 million people to try and witness the Queen lying in state. It'll be very surprising. It'll be nothing short of a miracle, actually, if that many people are able to file past. They're hoping to get in around 3,000 people an hour. But the fact that people are even willing to try speaks to the love and affection they feel for the Queen.
Yep, absolutely.
And tonight, Victoria, inside Buckingham Palace, there's quite a beautiful thing, that the Queen won't be left alone.
No, the Queen will not be alone tonight. Certainly at the moment, the extended members of the royal family have gathered to welcome her home to Buckingham Palace. A deeply personal and private evening. For many of them, it'll be the first time they see her coffin. But when all of them disperse and go home, the Queen still won't be alone. There's going to be a rota of chaplains who sit by her in a moment of contemplation and reverence. Again, the Queen being so deep in her faith, I think she would take great comfort in knowing that she was being watched over tonight by a rota of chaplains. It will be not quite the same type of formal scene that we've seen at St Giles Cathedral, where she was guarded by soldiers standing at each corner of her coffin. This will be much more private, personal, contemplative, but lovely, I think, for the extended family to know that even now, as she spends her last night at Buckingham Palace, she won't be alone.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Victoria, we'll check back in throughout the morning. Thank you for now. Let's bring you more. We will bring you more from Buckingham Palace very soon, but it's now time to get the rest of the day's news. Here's Monique.
Thank you, Koshi and Nat, and good morning. A flood warning has been issued across Australia's entire east coast after the Weather Bureau declared a rare third La Nina is on the way. Let's go live now to 7 News reporter Liam Tapper, who is in Sydney. So, Liam, what can we expect here?
Yeah, good morning to you, Mon. Well, certainly this is the last thing that many people wanted to hear in terms of whether a third La Nina back again. What this means is that we can expect above average rainfall to hit right across the eastern seaboard from Queensland all the way down to New South Wales. Now, given that this is the third consecutive year, the ground is already wet, so it means that there is the real risk of flooding. It seems like not that long ago that we were experiencing parts of Queensland and New South Wales underwater. So those communities, they are being told that they need to prepare for the worst. The Brisbane City Council, they're trying to get on the front foot. This Saturday, they will be beginning 3 super sandbagging weekends where they will be handing out sandbags to the community to try to alleviate any of the risks that they saw last year. So, Mon, not the best thing that we wanted to hear this heading into spring and summer.
Liam, it certainly is not. Thank you very much, Liam Tapper, for us there in Sydney. Pandemic leave payments could be extended when National Cabinet meets today. The Prime Minister will speak with premiers over the phone to confirm if the $540 payments will continue beyond this month. Anthony Albanese says that the government should be helping people forced to stay home and forfeit an income due to COVID. New South Wales Health has issued an alert after the state recorded its first case of the potentially deadly measles virus in 2 years. A person in their 50s was infected in Asia last month and is now in a Sydney hospital. They attended Mass at St Andrew's Catholic Church in Malabar on September the 4th. They visited the University of New South Wales the following Tuesday and Maroubra's Pacific Square shopping centre on the Wednesday. Anyone with symptoms including fever and a cough should contact their GP. A report has found an Adelaide man's death could have been prevented if an ambulance had have arrived on time. The 47-year-old, known only as Andrew, died of a heart attack in his car more than 40 minutes after calling 000 to report jaw and chest pains. The report found that he should only have had to wait around 16 minutes. South Australian ambulances spent more than 3,000 hours ramped last month alone. The Mayor of the Gold Coast is warning the housing crisis will worsen as the city prepares for an influx of thousands of new residents. Let's go live now to Sunrise reporter Tamara Bowe. Tamara, good morning to you. This is very bad for anyone who is having trouble with housing at the moment.
Yeah, Mon, we really have become a victim of our own success. The place to be during COVID, well, that popularity is expected to continue, and the Mayor of the Gold Coast is now urgently calling on the state government to change the city plan to deal with the influx. 85,000 people just from Sydney and Melbourne alone expected to migrate here to the Gold Coast over the next 5 years. That's the equivalent of a small township like Rockhampton coming here. Every single week, about 1,000 people move to Queensland to live, most of them from interstate. International arrivals also ramping up now too. Every single one of them needing somewhere to live. Supply and demand, the real issue driving this deepening housing crisis in Queensland. The state government has finally admitted defeat, saying we have a problem, calling for a housing summit next month.
All right, Tamara, thank you. Star Casino has been given 2 weeks to explain why it shouldn't be shut down after a scathing independent report found it unsuitable to run a casino in New South Wales. The report accused it of money laundering and assisting organised crime.
Some of those actions may be that the Star's licence be cancelled, the Star's licence be suspended, an administrator could be put in, or there could be significant monetary fines imposed.
As many as 8,000 jobs are on the line. A final decision will be made next month. And now it's time for sport with Barrett's.
Sunrise Sport, brought to you by Optus Call Translate. Turn 2 languages into one conversation. Be part of the Living Network.
There's some good news for Lions fans this morning. The decision to challenge Jared Berry's one-match ban has paid off for the Brisbane Lions. Berry had his suspension overturned at the AFL Tribunal overnight. Sunrise reporter Nathan Curry is at the MCG. Nathan, it is a massive win for the Lions ahead of Friday night's preliminary final against Geelong.
It's massive, Barrett's, particularly him going to Clayton Oliver in the second half pretty much turned the game for the Lions last Friday night. It was an altercation with Oliver that could have seen him ruled out, but he successfully convinced the tribunal he didn't mean to hit Oliver in the eye.
Obviously really happy with it, get to play in a prelim and glad it all prevailed how it did. I think we had a really strong case and we thank the tribunal for giving us a fair case.
But now to the biggest story, Barrett's. Bailey Smith has had a haircut. He told media he was going to cut off his mullet, so a big media contingent rocked up. It was all a bit of a publicity stunt to open up his friend's salon, but he has hinted that he might actually cut the mullet off permanently for charity next year.
Oh, I don't know. That'll be an interesting day when that happens. Nathan, thanks very much. Canberra's Adam Elliott will miss Friday night's semi-final against Parramatta, having sustained a pelvic injury against the Storm. Corey Harawira-Naera comes in as his replacement, while the Raiders are relishing the underdog status.
We're pushing into a corner. We're pretty good at getting out, so hopefully Friday is the same case.
Despite nursing a few bumps and bruises, Nico Hines has been named for the Sharks in their semi-final clash with Souths. Let's go back to London now. Here's Koshi and Nat.
Thanks very much, Barrett's. Coming up, the Queen makes her final trip home to Buckingham Palace. Her Majesty returns to London. The city farewells their beloved monarch.
Plus, by invitation only, the everyday Aussies asked to attend the Queen's funeral.
A modern-day pilgrimage, the royal fan who was at the front of the queue in Scotland to pay her respects.
And a 100th birthday milestone marked with one of the last letters from the Queen. We're back with more in just a moment. This is a special edition of Sunrise on 7. Coming home, the Queen returns to London, a solemn, silent moment. A city stops to honour Her Majesty. Back at Buckingham Palace one final time. A royal family reception inside the gates as a nation gives thanks.
The Queen has made her final return to the palace and crowds lined the streets for hours to pay their respects.
Anne honours the Queen's final wish, Her Majesty's request for her daughter to accompany her cortege all the way on its final journey.
King Charles and Camilla visit Northern Ireland, greeted in the street, and a cathedral service to commemorate the Queen.
Royal invitation, the outstanding Aussies who will attend the Queen's funeral.
Plus, lion-free marathon AFL tribunal hearing clears Jared Berry to play against Geelong.
A third La Nina declared, Brisbane offering sandbags already ahead of a wet summer.
And the Queen and her corgis, how an Adelaide breeder introduced Her Majesty to one of her greatest loves. It's Wednesday, the 14th of September, 2022.
This is a special edition of Sunrise with Koshi and Nat live from Buckingham Palace.
Welcome back to this special edition of Sunrise live from Buckingham Palace. It's just hit 9 p.m. here. The Queen is home. Her Majesty has arrived back at Buckingham Palace and she is now with her family for the night.
We have seen some incredible scenes with thousands of people taking to the streets across London to bid a very emotional farewell to Her Majesty. The city fell silent. London's busiest highway even came to a standstill as motorists stopped and paused to pay their respects. Bianca Stone has the last goodbye to the monarch loved by so many.
The late Queen returns to London.
And here on the forecourt, barely a sound as people from all over the world take in this final moment.
Her journey home began hours earlier in Scotland. After lying at rest in St Giles Cathedral, Her Majesty's coffin was placed in a hearse. A final salute from the Queen's company of archers, Princess Anne and her husband Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, again representing the royal family as the Queen's escort. The city's streets were filled with people watching as the procession passed, applause rippling through the crowd. Slowly the hearse made its way to Edinburgh Airport under a sunny Scottish sky.
I mean, it's literally picture perfect. I mean, what a send-off for the Queen.
The Royal Regiment of Scotland was waiting alongside the RAF aircraft. The Queen's coffin gently carried onto the plane by Royal Air Force personnel.
And here we go. Plane about to take off from Edinburgh Airport, bringing the Queen home to London.
Just over an hour later, the Queen's final flight touched down on English soil at the RAF Northolt.
But certainly the crowds here were all eyes to the sky just at the moment, watching this moment in history unfold. And sombre as it is, I think they're pleased to be here to witness it.
The coffin now draped in the English Royal Standard as it was transferred into the hearse. Sunshine in Scotland was replaced with England's rain, the weather reflecting the mood of a nation. The entire route to London lined with well wishes.
Love you! Love you!
Our reporters were there too to witness her journey home.
There are, as you can see around me, so many members of the public here to bid a final farewell or catch a glimpse of both the royal family and potentially the Queen's coffin arriving here.
The largest crowds were gathered outside Buckingham Palace. the scene of so many royal celebrations, is now the focal point for the country's mourning.
Let's bring in our team of reporters who are across all the action in London. Eddie, first, huge crowds have turned out to witness this historic moment. You're in the middle of them.
It was an amazing sight and an amazing thing to be a part of, Nat and Koshi, standing there in the forecourt of Buckingham Palace as thousands of people lined up. Some people just there by chance. They were on their way to Green Park to lay flowers in tribute to the Queen. Others who'd flown halfway around the world to be there for this moment as she returned to the home where she'd spent so many years, so many happy memories as a child, so many of those world occasions that we remember so well. Today it was a much more solemn occasion, that moment when the hearse came round the statue and into those gates. You could hear a pin drop. It was absolutely such a beautiful moment. Really sombre, but also just a crowd united in recognition of the extraordinary reign of Queen Elizabeth as well. I spoke to people who, one lady from Ireland who burst into tears and said quite simply she'll just miss her. Spoke to another Catholic priest who said that it was so appropriate that it was raining this evening. It was like tears were falling from heaven in tribute to Her Majesty. So a really vast array of people who wanted to be here for this moment. Of course, we'll see incredible scenes in London over the coming days as she begins to lay in state at Westminster Hall, and we see the funeral on Monday. But I think this moment particularly was especially poignant because it was that real shift of that distance, of seeing the pictures at Edinburgh and understanding what people were going through there to really feeling it. And I think that's what London was like tonight. They felt the death of the Queen. Yeah, and we're hearing people say, Bianca Stone, that they've never seen anything like this in London before, and it gives us an indication probably of what we're about to witness in the next few days when her body lies in state.
Funerals, but this is like nothing anyone has ever seen before, and this is about to get much bigger than what we saw tonight as well. The Queen did famously say that she needed to be seen to be believed, and so many people are going to come out so they can actually believe that she is gone. We've spoken to people today who say they just needed to see her coffin for themselves to know that their Queen was actually gone, because it's incredible to think that just 1 week ago we saw those pictures of her with Liz Truss, the new British Prime Minister. That was just a week ago. She was standing there smiling, and now she has made her return here to London, to Buckingham Palace, in a casket. Now, things, as I say, are going to ramp up from tomorrow. The procession will start from Buckingham Palace at 2:22 local time. That's 11:22 Australian Eastern Standard Time at night. That procession will last for about 38 minutes. It'll go through the streets of London. People are expected to come out in their droves. Millions of people come out to watch that procession through central London. She'll be loaded onto a gun carriage and then carried through the streets. Her son, King Charles, will be behind her, as will Princes William and Harry as well, and other members of the royal family. This is just the beginning of all the pomp and ceremony and emotion that we will see in the lead up to the funeral. Of course, millions of people will want to see all of that. Many will get to see her lie in state here at Westminster Hall. Now, I've checked the weather forecast. Although it's raining here in London tonight, it is less than 5% chance of rain when that procession does start tomorrow.
Okay, good news.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that, Bianca. Now let's check the rest of the day's news.
Thank you, Koshi and Nat, and good morning. Australia's east coast could be hit with further flooding, with the Weather Bureau declaring a third La Niña event. It means another summer of storms and heavy rainfall before the system begins to peter out next year. Residents in flood-prone areas are being urged to prepare their homes for more wild weather after the SES notched its busiest 12 months on record. Pandemic leave payments could be extended when National Cabinet meets today. The Prime Minister will speak with Premiers over the phone to confirm if the $540 payments will continue beyond this month. Anthony Albanese says the government should be helping people forced to stay at home and forfeit an income due to COVID. A report has found an Adelaide man's death could have been prevented if an ambulance had have arrived on time. The 47-year-old, known only as Andrew, died of a heart attack in his car more than 40 minutes after calling 000 to report jaw and chest pains. The report found he should only have had to wait around 16 minutes. South Australian ambulances spent more than 3,000 hours ramped just last month. Dozens of people had to be evacuated after fire engulfed a unit in Sydney South. A man was dragged unconscious from the building and had to be taken to hospital in a critical condition. 2 others were treated for smoke inhalation. And now it's back to you, Nat and Koshi, on such an extraordinary night in London. Wow, you'll never experience anything like this again in your lifetime.
Yeah, it's really beautiful and such a sad, sad night. Thanks, Mon. We'll have more in just a moment from London's grand goodbye as the Queen returns to Buckingham Palace for the very last time.
And back home, in memory of Queen Elizabeth II, how Brisbane is planning to honour Her Majesty.
Plus more big news for Brisbane. Jared Berry free to play against Geelong. Welcome back to London. The Queen has arrived back here at Buckingham Palace for the final time. The royal hearse travelled through the streets of London with thousands and thousands of people gathering to farewell Her Majesty.
The Queen's coffin will now rest overnight in the Bow Room before making the journey to Westminster Hall tomorrow.
We'll bring you more from London shortly, but in the meantime, Brett has sport.
Nat and Koshi, good morning. Some good news for Lions fans this morning. The decision to challenge Jared Berry's one-match ban has paid off for the Brisbane Lions. Berry had his suspension overturned at the AFL Tribunal overnight. Let's go to Sunrise reporter Nathan Curry, who is at AFL House for us. Nathan, it is a massive win for the Lions ahead of Friday night's big preliminary final against Geelong.
Oh, it's huge, Barrett. Berry pretty much arguably won them the match on Friday night when he went to Clayton Oliver in the second half, and it was almost an altercation with Oliver that saw him rubbed out for a week, but he was able to successfully convince the tribunal he didn't mean to get Oliver in the eye.
Obviously really happy with it. Get to play in a prelim, and yeah, glad it all prevailed how it did. I think we had a really strong case, and we thank the tribunal for giving us a fair case.
In another big boost for the Lions, they should be able to get ruckman Oscar McInerney back to face the Cats as well. So I think they're absolutely primed for Friday night, Barrett.
It's going to be a big one. Thank you, Nathan. Canberra's Adam Elliott will miss Friday night's semi-final against Parramatta, having sustained a pelvic injury against the Storm. Corey Harawira-Naira comes in as his replacement, while the Raiders are relishing the underdog status.
We're pushing into a corner. We're pretty good at getting out, so hopefully Friday is the same case.
I'll bring it on. Despite nursing a few bumps and bruises, Nico Hines has been named for the Sharks in their semi-final clash with Souths. Now to today's weather. James Tobin is in Toowoomba for us. Morning, JT.
Morning, Barrett. One of the great things about this country is what you can find in people's sheds. Now, not all sheds have a beefeater guarding the front door. Have a look at this. This is Kerry and Neil Whitby's place in Toowoomba. Over 10,000 or so pieces of royal memorabilia, an absolute treasure trove to Her Majesty and the royals right around the world, but mainly focused on the UK. This is where we are this morning, and this is your weather.
Sunrise weather, brought to you by Beacon Trade. Every tradie's go-to for lights, fans, electrical accessories and expert advice. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
Brizzy, partly cloudy and 23. Sydney, possible morning showers and 18. Canberra, partly cloudy and 16. Melbourne, a few late showers forecast, 19 degrees. Hobart, sunny and 16. Adelaide, showers, possible storms and 20. Perth, a few showers and 18. And Darwin, a sunny top of 36. So much to show you this morning. I don't know where to start. Everywhere you look is something incredible. It is absolutely fascinating. Have a look at this. We're talking about the Brisbane wanting to do something special for the Queen. This is the Brisbane Telegraph coronation issue from June 1, 1953. Isn't that fantastic? Wrapped in plastic, fraying at the edges a little bit, but a wonderful piece of Queensland history there. So much to show you this morning, Nat and Koshi.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Incredible, almost mint condition.
Yeah, such great memorabilia.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Thank you, JT. See you in half an hour. Just ahead, the Queen's coffin arrives at Buckingham Palace. Her Majesty's final journey almost complete. Our extended coverage live from London.
Plus, the sea of floral tributes growing by the day. I will take you on a very special tour. You're watching Sunrise. Back in a moment.
is home to rest. Her Majesty arrived back at Buckingham Palace for the final time. The royal hearse travelled through the streets of London, hundreds of thousands of people gathering to farewell Her Majesty.
The Queen's coffin will now rest overnight in the Bow Room before making the journey to Westminster Hall.
For more, we're joined by royal commentator Victoria Arbiter. Victoria, it was amazing. I've never seen anything like the scenes at Buckingham Palace and the route to get here from the airport as the Queen's coffin arrived.
Koshi, I have to confess, I really felt a tremendous amount of emotion personally. Just witnessing the crowd as we have all afternoon. They started gathering in their tens of thousands and it was silent all afternoon. You hardly heard any noise at all. And then as the hearse approached, as the coffin drove past those people that had been waiting for such a long time, they erupted into spontaneous cheers and applause. It was as if they couldn't allow the emotion to just stay contained inside. It was an extraordinary thing to witness, and I have to confess I may have shed a tear or two myself suddenly seeing the coffin in person for the first time. I think seeing everything unfold in Scotland as we did this week, it was easy perhaps just to remove yourself from the reality of what was happening, but suddenly it all feels incredibly real, and tomorrow I think is going to be an extraordinary occasion as we see the procession of the Queen when she leaves Buckingham Palace, and she's drawn by the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery on a gun carriage to Westminster Hall. There won't be any accompaniment by the massed bands of Her Majesty, now His Majesty. It is going to be a silent procession, so just the haunting sounds, the clip-clop of the horses' hooves and the rattling of the gun carriage. Behind the Queen's cortege, we will see members of the royal family. Traditionally, it is the male members of the family that walk in a funeral procession. We're likely to see Princess Anne included there as well. She has always refused to differentiate herself from her brothers. She's accompanied her mother every step of the way, and we'll see her accompany her mother tomorrow.
And as we take shots of Buckingham Palace here tonight, quite significant because it's been a long time since she's spent time here, hasn't it, Victoria? So for the staff, this will be a very poignant night.
Yes, it will indeed, Nat. She's obviously been here during the pandemic, or certainly in recent months with the Platinum Jubilee festivities, but she all but moved to Windsor Castle at the start of the pandemic. So tonight really will be an opportunity for the staff at Buckingham Palace to gather and say their final farewells. Some of them have worked for her for decades. Members of the royal family are inside with the coffin at the moment. For some of them, it'll be the first time they have seen the coffin. And she's also going to be accompanied tonight by a rota of chaplains who will sit vigil with her and keep her company until tomorrow afternoon at 2:22 when she begins the procession to Westminster Hall.
All right, Victoria, we'll check in a bit later. Thank you for now. We'll have more from London in just a moment as the Queen arrives to Buckingham Palace for the last time and the city stops to honour Her Majesty.
Plus the royal fans recognising a life of duty, the loyal subjects camping out to pay their respects. And a music legend on meeting Her Majesty, former Spandau Ballet frontman Tony Hadley is live.
Queen is home. Her Majesty has arrived back in London. The city stopped in silence to say goodbye and honour their beloved monarch. Her Majesty is now resting in Buckingham Palace. One more night with her family. Let's bring in our reporters who are across all the action in London. Eddie, such a historic night. One, I don't think any of us will forget.
Yeah. It was extraordinary, simply amazing to be there on the forecourt of Buckingham Palace as these scenes played out across London. First, her coffin arriving, and then those amazing scenes on the motorway as the cars stood still just to pay respect to Her Majesty. And then as she made her way through the busy streets of London, everyone pausing to pay their respects, and that silence as well. And then as the hearse came around here, around the statue, heading into the gates of Buckingham Palace, people had waited for hours, for 5, 6, 7 hours, just to catch a glimpse of this, and particularly wanting to be here for this moment, this return back to London, the city that she's called home for so many years, and the house, the significant house, the Buckingham Palace, I should say, a palace, not a house, that she's called home for so many years, and being able to spend tonight here in that final resting place before she lays in state and so many members of the public can say goodbye. It was a really beautiful time to be able to speak to so many people about why they wanted to be there, people breaking out in tears, so moved by that occasion, and also a really significant moment for the family as well. Of course, King Charles travelled to Scotland to stand vigil by his mother's coffin, but for Prince Harry and for Prince William, this is really the first time that they had an opportunity to grieve privately with their family, and it was both brothers here tonight in a significant move for the royal family. Both brothers arrived accompanied by their wives. Catherine was in the car with William and Meghan was in the car with Harry. We were there as they drove through the gates here at Buckingham Palace. So again, another conciliatory move towards Harry and Meghan to include them in this significant event here this evening. We saw them, of course, walk together and look at those flowers at Windsor earlier on in the week, but to have this moment together as brothers with their father inside Buckingham Palace, just an amazing slice of history here for the public, but an extraordinary night for this public family in private.
Yeah, and of course that made headlines right around the world, the pictures of the four of them. So if they're going to walk behind the casket tomorrow, where they're going to be some pretty incredible scenes as well. Let's go to Bianca Stone. You're at Westminster. What happens next from here?
Well, Nat, good evening to you, or good morning Australian time. A lot is to come, another 6 days of a lot of emotion, a lot of pomp and ceremony. That coffin will leave Buckingham Palace at 2:22 tomorrow afternoon, British Standard Time, 11:22 Australian Eastern Standard Time. It will make its way here to Westminster, the Palace of Westminster, and that is where the Queen will lie in state for 4 days, 5 nights, and it'll be open for 24 hours for the public to come past and view that coffin. The last time someone was lying in state here was the Queen Mother back in 2002. 200,000 people filed past her then. We know people are already in the line waiting to get the go-ahead to come through and see the Queen one last time. They're expecting hundreds of thousands of people. They say maybe 350,000 people will get through the line in that time. They're hoping more will get through. It'll be a constantly moving line. They're saying waits of up to 30 hours to come through here and see the Queen. Such is the demand. Of course, that ends on Monday when they'll hold her funeral. And we are hearing more details about her funeral. Dignitaries flying in from right across the world. US President Joe Biden will be here. He's been given special approval to bring his armoured vehicle. But for everyone else, it'll be a park and ride situation. They'll be catching buses in here for that funeral. Included in that list, of course, Anthony Albanese has confirmed his attendance here along with the Governor-General. Guys?
Okay. All right, Bianca, thank you. Now let's check the rest of the day's news.
Thanks, Koshi and Nat. Back at home, Australia's east coast could be hit with further flooding, with the Weather Bureau declaring a third La Nina event. It means another summer of storms and heavy rainfall before the system begins to peter out next year. Residents in flood-prone areas are being urged to prepare their homes for more wild weather after the SES notched its busiest 12 months on record. Property markets in New South Wales and Victoria have suffered a $200 billion hit in the wake of the Reserve Bank's recent rate rises. Between April and June, it was estimated homes in New South Wales were losing more than $500 a day in value. Experts say the slip is contributing to low consumer confidence. Aussie travellers have been left stranded throughout Asia as Jetstar cancels more flights. The airline is blaming bird strikes, lightning and debris on runways for the grounding of several 787 aircraft.
We got here on Sunday 3 p.m, and it's now Tuesday 8:30.
They really don't care less about us.
A Jetstar spokesperson says travellers affected by cancellations are entitled to receive compensation for related expenses. Star Casino has been given 2 weeks to explain why it shouldn't be shut down after a scathing independent report found it unsuitable to run a casino in New South Wales. The report accused it of money laundering and assisting organised crime.
Some of those actions may be that the Star's licence be cancelled, the Star's licence be suspended, an administrator could be put in, or there could be significant monetary fines imposed.
As many as 8,000 jobs are on the line. A final decision will be made next month. The Mayor of the Gold Coast is warning the housing crisis will worsen as the city prepares for an influx of thousands of new residents. Let's go live now to Sunrise reporter Tamara Bowe. Tamara, good morning to you. This isn't good news.
Well, Mon, Queensland is the fastest growing state in the nation, and the Gold Coast, well, it is the place to be. The city's mayor calling for urgent changes to be made to the city plan before it's too late. 85,000 people just from Sydney and Melbourne alone. That's how many are expected to migrate here in the next 5 years. That's the equivalent of a small township like Rockhampton. But right across the state, about 1,000 people permanently move to Queensland every single week, most of them from interstate, but a lot of them international arrivals are now heating up too. They all need somewhere to live, and we simply don't have the infrastructure or a plan in place. But Mon, the state government has finally admitted that housing crisis is a problem here in Queensland, organising a housing summit for next month.
All right, Tamara, thank you. Tamara Bowe for us there in Queensland. And some breaking news now. The Dow Jones has plummeted by more than 1,000 points this morning, or 3.94%. Now, that's its worst fall since June 2020 and comes after the release of an inflation report in the US. The Nasdaq also toppled by 5%. And now here's Barrett's with sport.
Sunrise Sport, brought to you by Optus Call Translate. Turn 2 languages into one conversation. Be part of the Living Network.
A major boost for Brisbane ahead of Friday night's preliminary final against Geelong, with Jared Berry escaping a one-match ban for eye gouging at the AFL Tribunal. Sunrise reporter Nathan Curry is at AFL House. Nathan, how did he get off?
Barretti was able to convince the tribunal he didn't mean to get Clayton Oliver in the eye, and he said his body, it was just a natural reaction from his body when Clayton put pressure on his throat and he couldn't breathe properly. The Lions even got a neurosurgeon to come in and back up his claims, explaining how the brain and body works when not enough airflow is getting in. So clearly you throw everything at it when it comes time for finals. Their argument worked. He's free to play, and he spoke to the media afterwards.
Happy with it. Get to play in a prelim, and yeah, glad it all prevailed how it did. I think we had a really strong case, and we thank the tribunal for giving us a fair case.
Berry was a real game changer last Friday night when he went to Clayton Oliver in the second half. So if he does the same to one of the Cat Stars this Friday night, we're in for a real treat, Barrett.
We're in for a treat either way. Thanks very much, Nathan. Looking forward to it. Now, Canberra's Adam Elliott will miss Friday night's semi-final against Parramatta, having sustained a pelvic injury against the Storm. Corey Harawira-Naira comes in as his replacement, while the Raiders are relishing the underdog status.
We're pushing into a corner. We're pretty good at getting out, so hopefully Friday is the same case.
Well, this is going to be on. Despite nursing a few bumps and bruises, Nico Hines has been named for the Sharks in their semi-final clash with Souths. Australia's Davis Cup team has shot to the top of Group C after a 3-0 whitewash over Belgium in Hamburg. An unwell Tanasi Kokonakis was forced to withdraw, paving the way for Davis Cup debutant Jason Kubler. His only hiccup came in the second set, Kubler's teammates spurring him on to clinch the third.
Never give up, have that Australian spirit of always fighting till the end.
There you go, success too for Alex de Minaur, winning his singles match in straight sets. Matthew Ebden and Max Purcell rounded out a perfect opening day with victory in the double. Some good news there for Australia. Let's check the weather right now, see if there's good news with James Tobin in Toowoomba, JT.
Brett, one of the greatest discoveries we've ever made is Osborne House. This is a private museum owned by Kerry and Neil Whitley. Good morning to you.
Good morning,
Kerry, this is just phenomenal. It's outstanding. And this is where it all began, the power of one book.
Absolutely.
When did you see this book and what did it do to you?
I saw that in 1976 when I first moved to Toowoomba, and the black and white photos, and then when I read it, the history inside it just sparked something inside of me.
That's where your love of the royals began, your love of memorabilia. How many pieces do you think you have here?
We're just estimating around 10,000.
Wow. And now, there's going to be all of this memorabilia that comes out after the Queen's death, the coronation of King Charles III.
Absolutely. And the crowning of William as Prince of Wales.
Of course.
Very exciting.
Where are you going to fit it is the first question.
Well, we're going to do a small extension, but I honestly, I don't know.
A small extension, I think a large extension. So much to show you here this morning, but we'll start with the weather forecast.
Sunrise weather, brought to you by Beacon Trade. Every tradie's go-to for lights, fans, electrical accessories and expert advice. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
Brisbane, partly cloudy and 23. Sydney, possible morning showers and 18. Canberra, partly cloudy and 16. Melbourne, a few late showers and 19. Hobart, sunny and 16. In Adelaide, showers and possible storms and 20 degrees. Perth, a few showers and 18. And Darwin, sunny and 36. So much of the collection is made up of things to do with Queen Elizabeth II.
Absolutely.
I know we've been watching sunrise here this morning with you, watching that coffin procession to Buckingham Palace. How did that make you feel?
Oh, incredibly sad. Absolutely incredibly sad. I think that was probably sadder than hearing about her death. When you see that flag-draped coffin, it hits you.
Well, so many wonderful things remembering the Queen here this morning. We've got some beautiful things to show you, Nat and Koshi, when we see you in half an hour.
Yeah. Look at those pictures. That was the A40, the busiest arterial road coming into London at a standstill. I can't imagine, what would you guess the numbers were? That 24 kilometres coming in, and that's before they even got to around Hyde Park, through Mayfair, where it was 5, 6 deep.
Yeah, and this is
lining the roads.
That's the bit that struck us when you really realise, because not only
people
just
stopping their cars,
exactly,
getting out,
and they were doing that on the other side. But all the people who they just needed to be part of it, didn't they? She wasn't just their leader; they just felt like she was part of their family.
It's an extraordinary night, just amazing.
Yeah, very emotional. Stay with us on our extended coverage, live from London, as the Queen spends her final night here at Buckingham Palace. The grand goodbye as the city farewells Her Majesty.
We'll catch up with some of the thousands of Londoners turning out to pay their respects, how they'll remember their Queen.
Plus, what it takes to pull all this off. We're taking you inside the city's massive security operation.
And in memory of Queen Elizabeth II, how Brisbane is planning to honour Her Majesty.
and senior members of the royal family have gathered to receive Her Majesty after tens of thousands of people lined the streets as it was driven through London.
It was a dark night of heavy rain, but crowds stood all along the 24-kilometre journey to catch a glimpse of the cortege. Drivers stopped and got out of their cars to pay their respects.
Yeah, many commentators here are saying they have never seen anything like this, despite covering the royals for many, many years. Eddie is here at Buckingham Palace. Eddie, the royal family has gathered inside.
They have gathered inside Buckingham Palace, Nat and Koshi, for the first time to privately grieve and say farewell to Queen Elizabeth II. Of course, Charles and Anne and Andrew and Edward were able to travel up to Scotland and stand vigil by her coffin. But for the younger royals, this is really the first time that they've had a chance to say goodbye. We're standing at the gates of Buckingham Palace before. We saw the arrival of the King, firstly, with the Queen Consort. She came and went back and forth to Clarence House. Then we saw Harry and Meghan arrive in the back of a car, followed very closely by William and Catherine. So a significant moment there for the brothers to come together inside Buckingham Palace for this special occasion. We have been told there were other members of the royal family there as well inside, and of course long-term staff members who've served Her Majesty and her family for many, many years. We didn't see them arrive, but we have been informed that they were there as well. But a significant moment for William and for Harry to be there together. Beyond those scenes we saw inspecting the flowers at Windsor, this was a very powerful signifier that they really are trying to be on track together, a unified family ahead of what will be an extraordinary 4 or 5 days to come of mourning leading up to the funeral on Monday, Nat and Koshi.
Yep, we'll see them tomorrow as they follow the Queen's casket to Westminster Hall.
Yeah,
that will be
on that 38-minute walk. That will be pretty amazing, won't it? Thank you very much, Eddie. Now, there are calls for a new underground train line in Queensland to be renamed after the Queen. The state's opposition has launched a petition calling for the Cross River Rail to be known as the Elizabeth Line to honour Her Majesty's 70-year reign. It comes after a similar project in London. The Cross Rail Line was renamed the Elizabeth Line earlier this year.
Joining us now is journalist Joe Hildebrand and CFM Brekkie host Bianca Dye. Morning to you both. Joe, what are your thoughts on renaming a train line to honour the Queen?
I think you can't go wrong. I think there'll be a whole bunch of governments all over the Commonwealth and probably outside the Commonwealth as well falling over themselves to name whatever they can after Elizabeth. You only have to look at, and it is extraordinary when you think about how the British Empire has been bookended by three magnificent queens who were never intended to rule: Elizabeth I, Victoria and Elizabeth II. If you look at all the things that are named after Victoria, for example, who presided over the last great golden age of Britain, including my home state of Victoria, I think that will give you an idea of just how many things will be named after Elizabeth in the days and months and years to come.
Yeah. Bianca, you're in Queensland. Do you think people would support this idea?
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. Look, the Queen, the royal family, famously visited Brisbane 8 times during her ruling, and very famously, of course, came to pay her respects back in 2011 after those Brisbane floods. So I think it's a beautiful idea. I think it's wonderful, and why not? We're paying respects to the Queen. I think it's tops.
Yep. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Now, Prince Harry is reportedly still insisting his tell-all memoir be released in November, despite the death of his grandmother. The book is expected to share his account of events throughout his life that he says is accurate and wholly truthful. Joe, what do you reckon? Should Harry postpone his book being published out of respect to the Queen?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, Koshi. I think the thing with Harry and Meghan is that even if all these reports are not true and they're just scuttlebutt, the fact that they're so believable and the fact that they keep emerging, I think speaks to a public perception of Harry and Meghan, which is that no matter what seismic world events take place, nothing will ever get in the way of their own self-promotion. So I don't think anything will stop them. I mean, you know, there'll be a Netflix special, there'll be an Oprah interview, there'll be another podcast. But it is, I think the Queen's death and all the tradition and ceremony that has surrounded that and the solemnity and the profundity of it has actually just further exposed just how kind of vacuous Harry and Meghan's celebrity lifestyle and indeed their preoccupation with their own precious feelings has become.
Harsh, harsh.
Yes, some commentators are saying here, if you've got a book deal, if you've got a contract, you may the train may already be, you know, heading south. You may not be able to stop the date of publishing, so we'll soon see. There also, Bianca, reports that Meghan Markle's team is combing through her pre-recorded podcast to delete any offending sections towards the royal family and the Queen. 4 episodes apparently to be released. Should Harry and Meghan just maybe take a step back? Is that even possible?
Look, I don't think it's possible, no. What's interesting is, yes, they have paused Meghan's podcast on Spotify called Archetype, and apparently they're pouring through it to make sure that the last 4 remaining episodes don't have anything offensive towards the royal family. But as if there would be anything offensive on there anyway. I mean, she's a pretty switched-on, smart woman. I'm pretty sure her last episodes... I mean, I listened to one with Mindy Kaling, and it was all about women over 40 who aren't married and haven't had kids. There was nothing to do with the royal family in it. I don't think Meghan has anything in her podcast that's going to be, you know, bringing the royal family's name into any disrepute. She's not silly. What's interesting that I read is that Harry and Meghan are relying on the money that they get from their big Netflix deal and the money that will come in from this book, the royalties, to survive. And I'm thinking, really? I don't think Harry and Meghan are short of a coin. If they're relying on the Netflix special and the book, something's not quite right there. I'm pretty sure Harry didn't leave the palace with no money in his pocket, and Meghan's had a whole career in Hollywood doing suits, etc. I think they've got their own money, so I don't know where that's come from. But yeah, maybe they should just take a little bit of a step back. But I think the fascination with Harry and Meghan is just going to get stronger and stronger now. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got as much money as people think.
Well, they've got a pretty lavish lifestyle.
Exactly.
So
those Malibu mansions don't pay for
a cost of lifestyle issue for them rather than anything else.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Once you spend 15 on the mansion, you know, how do you eat?
That's come the rates. All right, team. Thank you.
Coming up, the Queen makes her final trip home to Buckingham Palace. London farewells Her Majesty.
Plus, by invitation only, the everyday Aussies asked to attend the monarch's funeral with the PM.
A modern-day pilgrimage, the royal fan who was at the front of the queue in Scotland to pay her respects.
And the 100th birthday milestone marked with one of the last letters from the Queen. We are back with more in just a moment. This is a special edition of Sunrise on 7. Home, the Queen returns to London, a solemn, silent moment. A city stops to honour Her Majesty. Back at Buckingham Palace one final time. A royal family reception inside the gates as a nation gives thanks.
The Queen has made her final return to the palace and crowds lined the streets for hours to pay their respects.
Anne honours the Queen's final wish, Her Majesty's request for her daughter to accompany her cortege all the way on its final journey.
King Charles and Camilla visit Northern Ireland, greeted in the street, and a cathedral service to commemorate the Queen.
Royal invitation, the outstanding Aussies who will attend the Queen's funeral.
Plus, lion-free marathon AFL tribunal hearing clears Jared Berry to play against Geelong.
A third La Nina declared, Brisbane offering sandbags already ahead of a wet summer.
And the Queen and her corgis, how an Adelaide breeder introduced Her Majesty to one of her greatest loves. It's Wednesday, the 14th of September, 2022.
This is a special edition of Sunrise with Koshi and Nat live from Buckingham Palace.
Welcome back to this special edition of Sunrise live from Buckingham Palace. It's just hit 10 p.m. here and the Queen is home. Her Majesty has arrived back here at Buckingham Palace and she is now with her family for the night.
We've seen some really incredible scenes with thousands of people taking to the streets across London to bid an emotional farewell to Her Majesty. The city fell silent. London's busiest highway even came to a standstill as motorists stopped and paused to pay their respects. Home at last to Buckingham Palace. The Queen returns to Buckingham Palace for the final time.
To rest for the night before continuing her journey tomorrow.
And here on the forecourt, barely a sound as people from all over the world take in this final moment. It was an extraordinary moment watched by thousands who'd gathered outside the palace on a rainy night to witness history in the making. Her journey home began hours earlier in Scotland. After lying in state in St Giles Cathedral, Her Majesty's coffin was placed in a hearse. A final salute from the Queen's company of archers. Princess Anne and her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, again representing the royal family as the Queen's escort. The city streets were filled with people watching as the procession passed, applause rippling through the crowd. Slowly, the hearse made its way to Edinburgh Airport under a sunny Scottish sky.
I mean, it's literally picture perfect. I mean, what a send-off for the Queen.
The Royal Regiment of Scotland was waiting alongside the RAF aircraft. The Queen's coffin gently carried onto the plane by Royal Air Force personnel.
And here we go. Plane about to take off from Edinburgh Airport, bringing the Queen home to London.
Just over an hour later, the Queen's final flight touched down on English soil at RAF Northolt.
But certainly the crowds here were all eyes to the sky just at the moment, watching this moment in history unfold. And sombre as it is, I think they're pleased to be here to witness it.
Her coffin now draped in the English royal standard as it was transferred into the hearse. Sunshine in Scotland was replaced with England's rain. The weather reflecting the mood of the nation. The entire route to London lined with well-wishers.
Love you! Love you!
Our reporter's there to witness her journey home. There are, as you can see around me, so many members of the public here to bid a final farewell or catch a glimpse of both the royal family and potentially the Queen's coffin arriving here.
She's been a fantastic monarch, but she's also been like the mother of our nation. And also, may I say, Australia.
The largest crowds were gathered outside Buckingham Palace. The scene of so many royal celebrations is now the focal point for a country in mourning.
The most extraordinary thing I think we've ever seen. Let's bring in our reporters who are right across all the action in London. Eddie, senior members of the royal family have gathered there at Buckingham Palace.
A final chance to say goodbye in private, Koshi and Nat, before the public proceedings begin tomorrow when the Queen's coffin leaves here at Buckingham Palace and heads into the City of London to be met once again by hundreds of thousands of people. Today, a much more private event just for family. But on that forecourt, just extraordinary scenes. People, some there by chance, others they plan to be there to see Queen Elizabeth II arrive home at Buckingham Palace for the very last time, rather, keeping in mind she's lived in this house on and off since 1936. Here's what some of them had to say.
People have come from all over the world just to see this moment, and I think tonight is more poignant than any other time because this is her home. We've never known a time without her, ever, you know. It's just all the happy times in England, all the celebrations.
And it was really emotional, that lady there in tears, and so many of the people we spoke to breaking down as they process what they'd just witnessed in the last few hours. Really beautiful, beautiful scenes and a lovely fitting farewell to Queen Elizabeth II. We did also see the very close members of her family arrive just a little bit earlier on. So a reunion too for brothers William and Harry once again inside palace walls. Nat and Koshi. Yes, let's go to Sunrise correspondent Bianca Stone. You're at Westminster. There were lots of crowds right through the city. Then tomorrow we're going to, you know, have something else again that's going to be pretty incredible to see too.
Nat and Koshi, you get the feeling this is just the way the Queen planned it. She wanted as many people as possible to see her. She did famously say she had to be seen to be believed, and so many people coming out just to see that coffin, to believe that their Queen has actually passed away, and the realisation that she is gone. Just so terribly sad, but so moving, all of those pictures that we are seeing tonight. And those scenes will be repeated tenfold tomorrow when we see the procession through the streets of London tomorrow. That starts at 2:22 when the Queen leaves Buckingham Palace for the final time. That's 2:22 local time, 11:22 Australian Eastern Standard Time. She will leave Buckingham Palace. She'll be on a gun carriage. She will be followed by her son, King Charles. She'll also be followed by Princes William and Harry. We're likely to see them walk side by side with other members of the royal family as well. That walk will take them through the streets of London. It'll take 38 minutes. There's no marching band. It'll be silent. You'll just hear the clip-clops of their feet walking through the city. So many people will be lined up to see them as that procession makes its way here to the Palace of Westminster. And this is where the Queen will lie in state for the next 4 days, giving the public an opportunity to come and pay their respects. And many hundreds of thousands of people are expected to do just that.
Okay. All right, Bianca, thank you. Time now to check the rest of the day's news.
Koshi and Nat, thank you. And back at home, a flood warning has been issued across Australia's entire east coast after the Weather Bureau declared a rare third La Nina is on its way. Let's go live to 7 News reporter Liam Tapper, who's in Sydney. Liam, good morning to you. It's the last thing that we wanted to hear, just no.
Oh, good morning to you, Mon. It certainly is. Just when we thought we were getting a little bit of sunshine, the rain is coming back. As you mentioned, a third La Nina coming to us, what it means is that we are expected to get above average rainfall right across the eastern seaboard, from Queensland all the way down to Victoria. And with this, there is the real risk of more flooding. And it just seems a short while ago that we were with these communities in Queensland and New South Wales who were inundated with floods. Now, those same communities, they are being told to prepare for the worst. Now, the Brisbane City Council, they are trying to get on the front foot here. They will be holding the first of 3 super sandbagging weekends this Saturday. So what that is that they're calling on people from the community to come forward, collect as many sandbags as they need to try and get ahead of what is set to be another wet spring and summer. Now, one piece of good news that we can take out of this La Nina weather pattern is that there will be a greatly reduced risk of bushfires and heat waves over the spring and summer months. So, Mon, one piece of sunshine, I guess you could say, amongst the dark clouds.
Thank you for the silver lining. We needed it. Thank you, Liam. Pandemic leave payments could be extended when National Cabinet meets today. The Prime Minister will speak with premiers over the phone to confirm if the $540 payments will continue beyond this month. Anthony Albanese says the government should be helping people forced to stay at home and forfeit an income due to COVID. A report has found an Adelaide man's death could have been prevented if an ambulance had have arrived on time. The 47-year-old, known only as Andrew, died of a heart attack in his car more than 40 minutes after calling 000 to report jaw and chest pains. The report found that he should have only had to wait around 16 minutes. South Australian ambulances spent more than 3,000 hours ramped just last month. Dozens of people had to be evacuated after fire engulfed a unit in Sydney's south. A man was dragged unconscious from the building and had to be taken to hospital in a critical condition. 2 others were treated for smoke inhalation. A new survey has found that Aussies are more concerned about germs in the workplace since the pandemic hit. More than 60% reported a lack of cleanliness was deterring them from heading back to the office. Half of all respondents admitted to bringing in antiseptic wipes, vacuum cleaners and dust brushes to keep their desks clean. People are also stocking up on cleaning products, with sales for so-called keyboard vacuums up 150%. And now I know what to get you for your next birthday, Barrett's a keyboard vacuum. That sounds great.
Oh, Mon, how about that? Fantastic. A major boost for Brisbane ahead of Friday night's preliminary final against Geelong, with Jared Berry escaping a one-match ban for eye gouging at the AFL Tribunal. Sunrise reporter Nathan Curry is at AFL House. Nathan, how did he get off?
Well, Barretti was able to convince the tribunal he didn't mean to get Clayton Oliver in the eye. He pleaded his case, saying he was simply trying to get him off. You saw Clayton Oliver dive on Jared Berry. The tribunal was convinced and they let him off, and he spoke to the media a short time later.
Obviously really happy with it. Get to play in a prelim and yeah, glad it all prevailed how it did. I think we had a really strong case and we thank the tribunal for giving us a fair case.
So not only did the Lions get to keep Berry in the team, they should also get Oscar McInerney and Big Joey Danaher in as well. So they are absolutely flying ahead of facing the Cats on Friday night, Brett.
Yeah, they've got to be favourites, Nathan, for sure. Thanks very much. Canberra's Adam Elliott will miss Friday night's semi-final against Parramatta, having sustained a pelvic injury against the Storm. Corey Harawira-Naira comes in as his replacement, while the Raiders are relishing the underdog status.
We're pushing into a corner. We're pretty good at getting out, so hopefully Friday is the same case.
Well, it's going to be a beauty despite nursing a few bumps and bruises. Nico Hines has been named for the Sharks in their semi-final clash with Souths. Australia's Davis Cup team has shot to the top of Group C after a 3-0 whitewash over Belgium in Hamburg. An unwell Tanasi Kokonakis was forced to withdraw, paving the way for Davis Cup debutant Jason Kubler. His only hiccup came in the second set, Kubler's teammates spurring him on to clinch the third.
Everyone was just telling me never give up, have that Australian spirit of always fighting till the end.
There you go. Success too for Alex de Minaur, winning his singles match in straight sets. Matthew Ebden and Max Purcell rounded off a perfect opening day with victory in the doubles for Australia. Some good news there. Some good news up in Toowoomba Way with James Tobin. Morning, JT.
Morning, Majesty. We found this incredible treasure trove of royal memorabilia. This is Osborne House. It's in the back shed of Kerry's place. Good morning, Kerry.
Good morning, Jane.
This is a private museum.
It is.
So many things to discover. We've just found this pile of scrapbooks, and these were donated to you.
Absolutely. A stranger rang me and said, I have a pile of scrapbooks that I have made over many years, and I would love you to have them for your museum. So we drove to the Gold Coast.
I mean, look at how old this is. That's Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth and Princess Margaret Rose with their grandmother, the late Queen Mary.
Isn't it phenomenal? These are from the 1930s?
Yes, they are.
Wow. And this is just one of about 30 or 40 scrapbooks there?
From that particular lady.
Wow, maybe I've exaggerated a little bit, but yeah, about a dozen. Incredible. Here's your weather forecast.
Sunrise weather, brought to you by Beacon Trade. Every tradie's go-to for lights, fans, electrical accessories and expert advice. Beacon Trade. Let's make light work.
Brisbane, partly cloudy and 23. Sydney, morning showers and 18. In Canberra, partly cloudy and 16. Melbourne, in for a few showers later on today, 19. Hobart, sunny and 16. Adelaide, showers and storms and 20 degrees. Perth, a few showers and 18. And Darwin, sunny and 36. What are we looking at here?
Oh, that's very special. That is a silk tassel made from some of the silk that was used in Queen Elizabeth II's coronation robes.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
amazing.
any idea what something like that's worth?
Wow. James, I don't remember where I bought it or what I paid for it. I don't know. It's worth a lot to me.
Yeah. Have a look at this. This is a music box card. So
yes.
The music doesn't play anymore.
Sadly, it doesn't because it played God Save the Queen.
And this was also from the coronation, 2nd of June 1953. Yes. Amazing. I love it. How do you spend every morning?
How do I spend every morning?
Yes.
Well, usually going to help my daughter with her children, but when I can, I get up here and walk around and I'm in heaven.
Yeah, fantastic. And off camera, we're talking about checking eBay.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
for more memorabilia.
Yes.
So much more to show you this morning.
Yes.
There's just so much in it. Gosh,
I don't think we'd have a show long enough.
That's incredible.
To show the amazing bits in that collection.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah,
the
incredible.
Tassel, wow.
Thank you, JT. Talk to you soon. Now, the Queen's coffin has safely arrived here at Buckingham Palace after being flown from Edinburgh just a few hours ago. Tomorrow, Her Majesty's body will be taken to Westminster Hall to lie in state.
Up to 750,000 people are expected to pay their respects over the coming days ahead of the Queen's state funeral on Monday.
Joining us now is Royal Commentator Victoria Arbiter. Hello to you again. The King was at the palace to meet his mother's body. Tell us who else has joined him.
Yes, hello to both of you again. It's been an incredibly emotional evening here at Buckingham Palace. The crowds have dispersed now, but we believe that still inside are the extended members of the royal family when the Queen arrived at Buckingham Palace accompanied by her daughter Princess Anne, who has been with her every step of the way on her long journey home. She was greeted by the King and Queen Consort and also all of her children, so Andrew and Edward were there as well, and her grandchildren and their spouses, and her niece, Lady Sarah Chatto, Princess Margaret's daughter, and her nephew, Earl Snowdon, Princess Margaret's son. Now, it will have been a deeply private and personal evening for the extended family. Tonight will have been the first time many of them saw the Queen's coffin for the first time. But wonderful that they've been able to gather together as a family behind palace walls to be there privately to share their grief, because tomorrow the Queen's funeral cortege will leave at 2:22 p.m. to begin the solemn 38-minute journey to Westminster Hall, where she will lie in state for the next 4 days and 5 nights so that members of the public will have a chance to pay their respects. Tonight is also an opportunity for the staff at Buckingham Palace, many of whom have served the Queen for many countless years loyally, and they've been devoted to their service to her. So an opportunity for them to say a private farewell. Overnight, the Queen will be joined by a rota of chaplains who will be there to sit and keep her her company in reverential silence and to contemplate this final journey as the Queen comes home and begins the last part of that journey from Westminster Abbey, eventually to St George's Chapel, where she'll be interred with her parents, her husband and her sister, Princess Margaret.
Victoria, we saw what the crowds were like in Scotland. There was some debate on whether Londoners would actually come out in those, an army-like numbers like happened in Scotland. Well, that was certainly put to rest this afternoon, wasn't it? How long will people have to wait to pay their respects? I can't imagine how long the queues are going to be.
Gosh, it's going to be a long time, and people that are planning to travel into London are going to have to be prepared for a long, and if this weather continues, a very cold and soggy wait. There are already people gathered on Lambeth Bridge. There's one lady who's been there since yesterday. She's at the very front of the queue. She said she's determined to be able to pay her respects in person. Estimates have suggested that there could be as many as 750,000 to 1 million people eager to file past the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall. It's going to be nothing short of a miracle if all of them are able to pass through. Officials have said they expect to be able to move around 3,000 people per hour. They're going to try and keep the people moving as best they can, but the queues are going to be very long. Still, the British are very stoic, and I think many of them have said that they're determined to do whatever they can to be there. One last point, it was so touching last night. Someone in the queue at Edinburgh Cathedral, St Giles Cathedral, he said that the Queen put in 70 years. He was prepared to put in 12 hours if he meant he could say a personal goodbye. And that seems to be a sentiment shared by many here in London too.
That's a beautiful way of putting it, isn't it? I think we're going to hear some gorgeous stories. So many people are going to want to just, you know, be there for their Queen, their leader, someone they call part of their family. Thank you very much, Victoria. 10 everyday Aussies are packing their bags for London as well after being invited to join the Prime Minister as guests at the Queen's funeral. Buckingham Palace has asked for citizens who've made contributions to their communities.
Yeah, and we've got a great group going. Among those invited to join the PM, Dylan Alcott, disability advocate and champion athlete, good bloke, friend of Sunrise, horse trainer Chris Waller, and Auntie Val, a lifelong volunteer at St John Ambulance and this year's Senior Australian of the Year. And Auntie Val joins us now. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. You must feel incredibly honoured to be part of this group.
Oh, indeed I do. Good morning, David. Good morning, Matt. How lovely to see you, although I do think it's the other side of the time clock. Yes, it was an absolute honour, a privilege, and so completely unexpected.
So you were told, and then you had to keep it secret for a few days. That must have been hard.
The many people that know me do appreciate that I can keep a secret. Well, not always, not particularly well, so let's be really honest. No, I really can't, but I was sworn to secrecy, so when the Prime Minister's department did ring me and mention that I was going to be shortlisted and that they were considering my name, my husband was on the loudspeaker with me, and he was driving, and I think he nearly ran off the road, to be honest. But we pulled over and we thought about that, and since and since then we've been inundated with family support. And even though that was not mentioned, they did realise I'd had a call from the Prime Minister's office.
Oh, that's wonderful. Val, Auntie Val, what influence has the Queen had on your life?
Well, David, from a very, very young age, when Her Majesty came to Australia, just having been crowned our wonderful new monarch, in '54, all of us kids lined the streets. Mum had a thermos of hot chocolate for us and all the biscuits, and we grabbed flags and we lined the street, and she sped past. That was it. Sped past, but I have to say from that moment on, I fell in love. And I fell in love with this magnificent woman, and it has not stopped ever since. She has given us the most marvellous part of herself, and that's dignity and grace and her ability to be able to put service before self. And I've been lucky enough to see her on another couple of occasions, and you would recall that I had the greatest honour in being able to chat with her in a vision screen.
Yeah. Well said.
Yes, and you are going to, be one of the luckiest people in Australia and around the world to attend the funeral. So thank you very much for explaining what she means to you.
Enjoy the trip and pop in and see us when you're over here.
I would love to do that.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Auntie Val.
David.
Yeah, you can tell us all about it.
For yourselves, don't forget to enjoy the moment for yourselves as well.
Oh, we are.
Thank
we
you.
are.
Yes,
it's a real privilege
that's
for us to
lovely of
be
you
here.
to say.
Now, thousands of people queued through the night in Scotland's capital for a chance to see the Queen's coffin and pay their respects before it was flown to London.
The line of mourners stretched back along the paths of the city's meadows with wait times of up to 13 hours. Joining me now is one of the first members of the public to view the Queen's coffin, Julie McCaffrey, who's also a journalist with the Daily Mirror. Hello to you. How did you get to the front of that queue?
To be honest, by being there at 6 a.m. and by waiting 12 hours. But there are people there who'd already been waiting 6 hours by the time I got there. So I think I was in the first 30.
Wow. Why? Why did you do it, Julie?
Like many of the people in the queue, the people that I spoke to, I felt weirdly drawn, somehow driven there. It was just our last chance while the Queen was in Scotland, just to say a really, as personal as it can be, a personal goodbye.
What was it like for you, and what did other people there tell you it was like for them?
For me, because I'm a writer with the Daily Mirror, I first of all went in thinking I need to be the eyes and ears for our readers. So I was taking everything in as much as I could. But there was a moment when I stood just at the end of the coffin, just a couple of metres away, where the crown of Scotland was. And suddenly it just felt as if the world had stopped, and it was just me and our Queen lying at rest. And it really felt really moving. It was absolute silence in there. The city had been so busy. It was silent except for sniffles and people taking deep breaths, trying to compose themselves. And I have to admit, my chin went, my eyes welled, and I had to sort of bite on my cheek because the emotion did get to me. And talking to other people, they felt exactly the same.
How special.
Yeah, it did feel special.
What a special moment and experience. Julie, thank you for that. Appreciate your time. Now, speaking of special, a Queensland man has become one of the last people to receive a letter from the Queen on his 100th birthday. Jack Iscove marked his milestone last month, celebrating with a signed card.
But it's not only the encounter, it's not the only encounter he's had with Her Majesty. The veteran police officer met Queen Elizabeth at a garden party 37 years ago. And Jack Iscove joins us now. Good morning to you and congratulations on the milestone. How does it feel to be one of the last people to receive a 100th birthday letter from the Queen?
I was very impressed to get the letter, and I thought it was wonderful that I could get a letter from the Queen. I was most impressed.
But Jack, you've also met her. How did you get to meet the Queen?
My daughter was married to a gentleman in England named Ian Yates, who was, he wasn't a member of Parliament, but he was friends with a lot of members of Parliament. And I imagine that he made the arrangements for me to be invited to the party. I'm not sure about that, but I think that that's how it happened.
What?
And I went along to the garden party.
What was she like, Jack?
I was amazed when she came along. We were lined up, about 12 of us, in the garden, and she came along and spoke to each one individually. And she was like an ordinary person. There was no pomp and ceremony. She was a real lady. And she asked me questions about my war service and about gardening, and asked me if I'd had a walk around her garden, and discussed things just like you and I would do. There was no superiority about it. She was just one of the people, and I was most impressed with her. She was so good.
What a lovely memory.
Exactly. Well, and now you've got the one of the last letters she's ever sent. So, Jack, thank you very much for sharing your memories today. We really appreciate it.
Good on you, Jack. You are watching a special edition of Sunrise live from London. Her Majesty is home after a long journey. The Queen has returned to Buckingham Palace.
In a dark night of heavy rain, the city stopped to catch a glimpse of the cortege and pay respect to their beloved Queen. She is now resting for one final night with her family. Let's bring in our reporters who are across all the action in London. Eddie, it's been a really emotional night for many, many people outside Buckingham Palace where you are.
An incredible night, Nat and Koshi, not just here at Buckingham Palace, but let's show some of those amazing images after the plane landed here in London. People actually stopping on the motorway, pulling their cars to one side to pay respect, getting out, bowing their heads. And we saw those scenes right through the streets of London, about a 30 to 40-minute drive here to Buckingham Palace, where she'll spend the evening. But incredible scenes as every person took that moment to pay their respects. And then here on the forecourt, people who'd waited 5, 6, 7 hours to catch a glimpse of Her Majesty arriving back home to the home that she's called home since about 1936. So an amazing moment to be here. People from all around the world we spoke to, some in tears, some who just wanted to be there, to be part of this moment, who brought their kids, young and old, to make sure that they were also witness to history. Some people who were just walking past to Green Park and happened to find themselves sort of locked in that bay at the front of Buckingham Palace there for that moment. So it really was so extraordinary. Here's what some of them had to say.
People have come from all over the world just to see this moment, and I think tonight is more poignant than any other time because this is her home.
We've never known a time without her. Ever, you know, it's just all the happy times in England, all the celebrations.
And tonight, inside the gates of Buckingham Palace, a very private farewell from members of the family. We saw before the King arriving with the Queen Consort, we saw Harry and Meghan arriving together, and then also William and Kate meeting with other members of the royal family for a private goodbye inside.
Sunrise correspondent Bianca Stone is in Westminster, and Bianca, tomorrow the Queen will make her way to behind you there in Westminster Hall.
Yeah, Koshi, Nat, good evening, good morning to you. That is right. This is the Palace of Westminster. This is where the Queen will lie in state for the next 4 days, 5 nights, giving people an opportunity to file past her and see her. But first, there is that procession that you spoke about. The Queen will leave Buckingham Palace at 2:22 precisely. She will be carried through the streets of London, giving people another opportunity to see that coffin, to see the Queen for one last time, get that final glimpse. She will be followed by her son, King Charles. Princes William and Harry will also be there. Her other sons and daughter will also be following. Their members of the royal family. People will see her right the way along till she gets here to Westminster. As I say, she'll lie in state here for 4 days, and that'll give people another opportunity to see her. People are already lined up to do just that. They're talking about things like a 30-hour wait to get in there and see her. Hundreds of thousands of people will want to come and see the Queen. There's a few rules about that already been put in place. They say that line will be constantly moving. People can't bring their deck chairs, they can't bring barbecues or gazebos, they can't be drinking, they must be dressed appropriately for the situation. They also can't take selfies with the coffin, something very important, guys.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing that they have to sort of tell you can't do that. Surely you'd have to be respectful. OK, thank you very much to both of you. Time now to check the rest of the day's news.
Nat, Koshi, thank you. Good morning. Australia's east coast could be hit with further flooding, with the Weather Bureau declaring a third La Nina event. It means another summer of storms and heavy rainfall before the system begins to peter out next year. Brisbane City Council has already begun rolling out sandbags in anticipation. Residents in flood-prone areas are being urged right now to prepare their homes for more wild weather after the SES notched its busiest 12 months on